and just hope that that actually works. And then at the same time as I'm doing that, this is at 10 years old, I was in the 5th grade, and we had this game at school. I learned about it the first day of class. This kid, my age, asked me to meet him in the bathroom at the first break. Well, the first break's at 10:20. And at 10:20, I saunter into the bathroom. I don't know why I'm meeting this kid there, but there's 49 other kids in the bathroom. So now there's 50 of us, boys and girls, in the same bathroom. And they say we're going to turn out the light and chant this Bloody Mary phrase. And if you do it right, the spirit of a burn victim will show up in the mirror. Oh, that's cool. I mean, I doubted that worked, but sure, why not? Let's try that. So somebody turns out the light, and we chant the phrase, and suddenly, spirit of a burn victim shows up in the mirror. Now, it's really a demon, and what you've done is a spell. And we did that. Demonic face shows up. 49 screaming kids ran out of the bathroom. One kid, we'll say he's an idiot. I can say that about a child because it was me. Thought, that is the coolest thing in the world. I said that. I made that face appear. That's power. I want to make sure this is real. Now, at school, when we're doing this Bloody Mary thing, we had notes sent home because some kids got hurt. Like, this went through the school like wildfire. Every grade, every class, everybody was doing this. And some kids, like in a panic to get out of the bathroom, got trampled. So notes were sent home and they said, if you're caught playing this game at school, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Well, I had to take this note to my dad. And like I described my dad before, my dad was a Marine. Now, at this time, he was a former Marine, but people will tell you there's no such thing as a former Marine. And my dad was kind of gruff and tough, and, he calls me into the den and in his normal loving tone says, "Have you been playing this game?" And being terrified of my dad like I was, I told him the absolute truth. No. So instead of playing the game at school and getting caught, I played it once a day at school. I started playing it at home. So in the morning when I wake up, I'm going to play the game. Before I brush my teeth, I'm going to play it. After I brush my teeth, I'm going to play it. I'm going to use the bathroom, I'm going to play it. When I wash my hands, I'm going to play it. After breakfast, I'm going to play it. Before I leave for school, I'm going to play it. When I get home, I'm going to play it. My parents aren't going to be home when I get home, so I'm going to play it 25 times a day without fail. Because every time I did it, that face showed up. And I thought that was awesome. Well, to make a magic spell real, you need repetition, intention, and demonic presence. So I obviously had demonic presence because the demon showed up. Intention, I wanted that face to show up. And repetition, the game is repetition. You say it over and over again, but everybody in the school is saying it over and over again because we all have the intention to see this face. Now, obviously, other people were getting results because people were leaving the bathroom in a panic, screaming, and people got trampled and hurt. So I wasn't the only one getting results. And if you look up the game now, it's in multiple scary movies. There's a lot of YouTube videos about it. There's people that know that it works. As well as, it's popular enough that there's a company that makes the Bloody Mary mirror, that you can buy. I think the full price of that is $129. Who would possibly buy that if they didn't know anything about it? For 10 years of my life, I watched magic movies. And I went to my Baptist preacher and my parents and asked them, is magic real? Is that something I can do? And they both said no. That magic was just something that you saw like David Copperfield do, or Doug Henning, or in a movie. apparently the Baptist preacher and my parents never read the 33 verses in the Bible where God says not to do magical things. So I went in the bathroom to do my magic spell. And I did the magic spell. Halfway into it, I'm not sure what this thing is that appears in the mirror, but I'm making it happen. Maybe this is magic. Maybe there's some way to harness this power. So halfway into my magic spell, I stopped and I did the Bloody Mary chant. And when this face appeared, I let it know I was doing a spell for money. This thing never talked to me. I didn't know if it could hear me. I just, 10 years old and just assumed if it's there, it can hear me. So I finished out my magic spell, and the next day I went out to play. And I found what looked like Monopoly money rolled up tight in rubber bands. I stuck that in my pocket and went back to playing. And then later that night, after I've had my bath and, everybody's in bed, going to bed and sleeping, I'm sitting in my bedroom with a sheet over my head and a flashlight in my mouth, checking out what is this money? What have I found? I don't know that it's money. It looks like Monopoly money. Well, it looked like Monopoly money because I had never seen a $100 bill. And then when I unraveled all the rubber bands and all the bills, I had 10 $100 bills. So it's 1976. All my stuff is dirt cheap, and I'm worth $1,000. I know for a fact that magic works. This is something I can do every day for the rest of my life. And as 10 years old, I'm thinking if I did this every day for 3 years, I'd be a millionaire. If I did this every day for 1 year, I could own a Lamborghini, which was the car I wanted. I wanted a Lamborghini Countach. There's probably over 10,000 covens in the world. But when it comes down to it, there's two basic types of Satanism. There's atheistic and theistic. So atheistic would be Church of Satan or the Satanic Temple. And they believe in Satan is an idea. That's your morality, the Christian's morality. And they're not interested in having your morals put on them. And they believe in pretty much straight up hedonism. They should be allowed to do whatever they want to do as long as it doesn't hurt somebody else. There's not really a Satan to an atheistic Satanist, but to the atheistic Satanist, there's also no God. There's no saints because there's no heaven. There's no hell. There's no demons. There's no angels. None of that is real. Now, to a theistic Satanist, I was a theistic Satanist. I grew up in the Baptist church, so I believed in God. But when you become a Satanist, it's a little different because, there's a coven called the Joy of Satan. And the Joy of Satan on their website talks about God is the bad guy and Satan is the good guy. And they have a manifesto on there about how they come to this conclusion. They quote the Bible and they talk about how that, this is proof that God is the bad guy and this is proof that Satan is the good guy. And, if you're a Satanist and you believe in God, you usually have a skewed version of what God is like. Or also, as well, a skewed version of what the devil is like. You see the devil as a good guy. You don't see hell as a punishment. You see it as all the fun people are going to be there. Now, you see that when you first start out. The longer you stay in Satanism, the more you see the truth, or at least a version of the truth. You eventually come to realize one day you're going to be burning in hell. But the devil is giving you a lot of what you want here. Now, he doesn't give you everything you want. You do a spell for money and you're doing it for $220,000. You can buy a Lamborghini and you get $1,000. You do it for $1 million. You might also get $1,000. You might also not give you anything. There's a spell. There's many different types of spells, but there's one called a hex. And in the 2 covens that I was in, if you do a hex, it has to come with an abortion, because a hex is the top level of curse you have. But for you to get the devil's attention, for him to give you what you want, you've got to give the devil what he wants. And what he wants is destruction of the most innocent thing in the world. And that would be a baby. So if you can murder a baby, he'll give you what you want. Almost exactly what you want. But, you know, you've got to pull out all the stops and be willing to do something like that to get it. When I was 11 years old, I became the victim of a sexual assault at school at the hands of a female teacher. She told me that was my idea. I wanted to do it. Obviously, I enjoyed myself. And that if I told anybody, I would be expelled from school and I would probably go to prison. And because it's a sexual assault, and I believe everything my teachers tell me. And they could have told me pretty much anything when I was 11 years old, and I'd have been like, okay, you know, yeah, that's true. But I'm not allowed to tell anybody. I'm not allowed to tell my parents. If I tell my parents, they'll disown me, disinherit me, and help send me to prison. So I don't want any of that to happen to me. At 12 years old, this other 12-year-old kid, we thought he moved away because he was gone. Like, we didn't see him for 2 years. And then suddenly he's back, and we thought he moved back to town, but it turned out he'd been homeschooled for the last 2 years. And he talked about that he belonged to a group that played D&D that also thought magic was real. Well, I know magic is real. So I decide that I'm going to join this group. At least I'm going to go and check them out and see what they do. And, you know, at my house, we had probably a 26-inch TV. But there they had a 50-inch projection screen TV. And at my house, we could watch G-rated movies and PG-rated movie if it had been vetted by my dad. But over there, we could watch G-rated movies, PG-rated movies, R-rated movies, X-rated movies, triple X-rated movies, triple X-rated movies with kids in at my age. And I was told that what happened to me when I was 11 years old was horrible and terrible. And that should have never happened to anybody. But now I can get my power back. We don't have power, but 12 years old, what do I know? They said that I can be in those movies if I want to. Anybody that I don't feel comfortable being with, I don't have to do it. Anybody that I want to do, no one can turn me down. Okay. So I was in child pornography from the age of 12 to halfway through being 16. Most of the kids were about my age. Some of them were adults. So it wasn't always children, but we were all filmed and all this stuff was sold. I didn't get the benefit of the money from any of that, but I thought I was having a good time. It never occurred to me when I was a child that I was being re-victimized every time. I didn't think that was bad or wrong or, you know, I'm getting to have sex. I'm a kid. This is fantastic. All my friends at school, I mean, not girls. Girls did not talk like this. But all the boys at my school all talked about getting laid, having sex on the weekend, doing something with somebody, you know, and looking back, we were all making up stories. None of us were doing any of that stuff except me. I was legitimately in pornography. When I was 13 years old, well, it was just before I turned 13, this older kid came up to me and he said, "You know you're in a satanic coven, right?" And I just laughed it off. But a couple of weeks later, I was really bothered by that. And I went up to an adult that I trusted. And I said, "Hey, you're going to laugh, but I heard this was a satanic coven. Crazy, right?" And he said, "It is." And my heart sunk into my stomach. And I said, I'm not a member, am I?" And he says, "No. Would you like to be?" See, I have a lot of people ask me, why would you join a satanic coven? You're 12 years old. Well, because in my satanic coven, I found out that the perfect time to smoke a cigarette is right after you eat. The perfect time to smoke dope is right before you eat. The perfect time to take some acid is on the weekend. The perfect time to take MDMA is when you're with your friends. Or you can take MDMA and acid at the same time. It's called candy flipping. And it's an amazing feeling. And I'm loving all these things. And I'm thinking, you've got to be 18 years old to buy porn. I'm addicted to porn. I'm still 12 years old, so I can't buy porn. You got to be 19 years old to buy cigarettes. I'm still 12. You got to be 21 to buy booze. I'm still 12. So, and I'm having sex pretty much every weekend, sometimes during the week. If I quit, I'm not going to be able to do that anymore. And I'm on all these drugs. I don't know where to get those. I get them there. So I decided I wanted to join because, whereas my parents tell me no to everything I want to do, this place takes me out to see the Moody Blues. They take me out to see Kiss, to see Ted Nugent, to see Alice Cooper. Any place I want to go, any movie I want to see, nothing is off limits. I asked them what I had to do to become a Satanist, and they told me there were 13 steps involved to becoming a Satanist. I had done almost all of them already. All I had left to do was that I had to slice my left thumb and bleed onto a document. And the document says, "The blood of Jesus washes away all sin, but not mine." And I signed my name to that. And on another page it says, "Jesus died for everyone, but not me." And I signed my name to that. On the final page of a 5-page document, I agreed to sell my soul to the devil. But I'm not positive that the devil is real. I'm not positive that there is a hell. I'm not positive there's a heaven, or even really a God. Besides signing this document, you show up to a coven meeting, and this is at night, and my parents think I'm at a sleepover, and I'm dressed in a white robe. It signifies you're losing your innocence, and you are baptized full submersion in a vat of human blood, pig's blood, and urine, human urine. They do full submersion, bring you up, you go into another room, take a shower, come out in a black robe with the cowl raised. It signifies you've been baptized into a world of darkness. You sit in a chair, and they read off the document you signed the night before. Then you show them your thumb to show that it was your thumb that they sliced open. And, that is your blood that's in that document. They read off everything, and they hand you a crucifix inside of a wheel. You spin the crucifix upside down, signifying human sacrifice. You grab the arms of the crucifix and break them downward, denouncing Christ. And then they intertwine the document you signed with this crucifix, and they say that you've now sold your soul, that it's official, you're a Satanist, and you have a big party after that. Now you're celebrating that you're officially a Satanist, but the reality of what just happened is that you're celebrating that one day you're going to die and go to hell. And I was officially a Satanist at that point. At 14 years old, I was told that I was going to celebrate, I was going to have a party with a woman. It was going to be a sex party. It was going to be all the males between 12 and 15 years old and this one female. And the purpose of that was to make her pregnant because we were going to do an abortion in 8 or 9 months. And I said, cool. And then I went home and looked up the word abortion because I didn't know what it meant. And my dictionary was so old, the word abortion was not in it. So I looked it up at the library, with 2 books on abortion. They were both about this thick. I went through school on Cliff Notes. I am not reading 300 pages to get the definition of abortion. So I went back to my coven and I asked, hey, I was told I had to do an abortion, but I don't know what that means. And they said, oh, you're killing a baby in the womb. I was like, is that legal? He goes, yeah, in the womb, legal. Out of the womb, murder. Okay. So I practiced with Play-Doh and a scalpel, or an apple and a scalpel, for a few months. I don't even know if I'm doing the right thing. This is what they told me to do. Then on the day of the abortion, I was told that my goal was to get blood on my hands, however it gets there. And she was 19 years old, and this was her, I think, her second or third abortion. She was what's called a breeder. A breeder intentionally gets pregnant so that she can get abortions. Because she'll be given some kind of status in the Satanic Coven at some point, whenever her body stops being able to produce babies. All of our abortions, for the most part, are late term. A late term abortion is performed by you deliver all the baby except the head. You leave the head inside. You take a pair of scissors and you jam it up into the base of the skull. You then take the scissors and open them up. So it opens the base of the skull. You stick a catheter into the skull, suck the brain out. Then you pull the scissors out. Then you dismember the body. Sometimes you don't dismember the body. If you're in the abortion clinic, I don't think they dismember at this point. They usually dismember when it's still inside the womb. But as a Satanic Coven, we dismembered the body right there. Threw it out to some Satanists on the floor that are swaying and chanting our bodies ourselves. And they consumed the body. They ate it. They cannibalized it. I totally did 146 assisted abortions. My job is to get blood on my hands, whether that's the baby or the mother. And I'm not actually doing the abortion, but I'm there. But my belief also is that the receptionist that works in Planned Parenthood and the armed guard that's outside in the parking lot and the guy that quite possibly even the maintenance crew that decides they're going to mow the grass and make the abortion clinic look nice are just as culpable as the abortion doctor and nurse inside killing the baby, because you're all assisting him to do his job. So I was just as culpable as the doctor and the nurse that performed the abortion, even though I didn't do it. It's a horrific place. How somebody could decide that this is okay, like you're Catholic and then you vote for a president that is in favor of abortion. It's like, what's wrong with you? You can't do this. This is so satanic. Yeah, the first one I did, I was 14. I was 3 months before turning 15. And, the spells that I'm doing at this point, a hex, I think the mayor, but I'm not sure if it was the mayor, wanted something passed that he tried every avenue to get it passed and he couldn't. So he came to my coven to see if we could do a hex, get it done, and figuring that the abortion would push it through. And I guess whatever it is that he wanted to get done passed. I'm having fun. I'm having a great time. However, when I was 13 years old, I tried to kill myself for the first time. And I just got so, thinking about what happened to me when I was 11, I was on drugs a lot. And thinking about what I was going through now. And then, for whatever reason, at that time I was 13 years old. You're not the brightest bulb in the box. I tried to OD on like Tylenol or something like that, which made me really sick and really bad headache. When I was 17 years old, I tried to kill myself again because for 4.5 years, I'd been a porn star and everybody wanted to see me perform. When I was 16 and a half years old, I grew a mustache. And now suddenly I aged out of porn. Nobody wanted to see a little kid with a mustache performing. So now suddenly, no more movies, no more weekends, no more of that whatsoever. Nobody wants to see me anymore. And I went from being on top of the world to having the weight of the world on my back. You know, I can't do this stuff anymore. I can't be on film anymore. I can't be popular anymore. And I became so despondent over what was happening to me, like how bad my life had gone, that I wanted to end it all. When I was 18 years old, I graduated from high school, and I thought, all right, I need to, when I go off to college, I want to join another satanic coven. But how am I going to do that? I mean, they're not going to advertise in the town square. And, you know, this is before the internet. So, you know, the places that you could find satanic covens back then was either on a bulletin board in certain stores or in swingers magazines in adult bookstores. So, when I went to school, though, I discovered that I found it because they advertised it in the town square. We had a student union. Every Wednesday, the student union was open. And they had the Baptist and the Catholic Student Union, the Republican and the Democrat Student Union, the Satanist Student Union. So I went to that for the first time and found out it was kids away from home for the first time with no adult supervision. Thought Satan was all about taking drugs, drinking, having sex. I've been doing that since I was 12 years old. I don't need a satanic coven for that anymore. And these guys would like make up magic spells on the spot. Like, we're going to do this, this, and this. Pull up, magic works. Look at that. This magic wouldn't work, and they weren't really doing a magic spell. And then these guys would go to their coven meeting on Saturday night. Sunday, they'd go to church. Not a satanic church. This was like a club meeting. We're going to have fun and get drunk. And then tomorrow we're going to go to church. We're going to go to the Baptist church or the Presbyterian church or whatever they belong to and worship God and not let God know that we're in a satanic coven. I was like, that's not what I want. My coven was a real coven. So I contacted my first coven, you know, and I said, hey, I heard there's a coven out there that wants to rule the world. I want to rule the world. How do I join them? And they said there's a satanic coven called the World Church of Satan or Satan's World Church. Same coven. And we're going to give you the address. We're going to go meet these guys, see what you think. And they are out to rule the world. Okay. So I'm at this coven meeting. It's a party. It's like the size of a giant Walmart. And I mean, there's 10,000 people in there partying. And I see this guy. Now let's go back to me being 13 years old. I was at a sleepover one night. And I saw this guy. I got up at like 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom, get a drink of water. And there was this guy in the coven. He's not a member of my coven as far as I know. But he looks like he's dressed in like kind of an old school tuxedo, a top hat, had a wand, and had corpse paint on his face. He looked like a member of KISS wearing a tuxedo. And I thought, that's the coolest look ever. And when he sees me, he winks at me. And we go our separate ways. I do what I got up to do, and then I go back to bed. The next day, I asked my coven members, hey, I saw this guy last night. He looked like a guy from KISS wearing a tuxedo. Who is that? Oh, you dreamed that. That didn't really happen. Okay. All right. So they're going to lie to me. I'm going to store that back here. And one day I'm going to see that look again. And I'm going to find out what it is. So one day happened when I was 18. I'm at this party and I see similar look. Not the same guy, but a very similar look. And I grabbed the first guy close to me and I said, who is that? What is that? How can I do that? And he said, well, who ran your satanic coven? I said, we had a really large satanic coven. It had between 120 and 150 members. And we had 13 high priests and priestesses. Why, who runs it here? And he said, well, we have a CEO and a board of directors. It's kind of run like a big corporate business. And then we have, that guy is called the High Wizard. And the High Wizard does the official magic of the coven. Well, I did the official magic of my other coven. You have the white robe is the initiate that first comes in. You want to get the black robe, which is a black robe with a red inverted pentagram on it. And that's all the satanic members have that. But the official magic practitioner wears a red robe with a black inverted pentagram. And that's the robe I wanted, and I got it. As soon as I was in, first day I was a member, I got the red robe. They knew that I loved magic, that I was consumed by it. So now I find out that in this coven, the High Wizard does the official magic. And I said, how many of them are there? There's between 2 and 5 in the world, but the number could be as low as 1 or as high as 10. And they do the official magic of the coven. And I think that is the most awesome thing. How do I get to do that? He didn't know. Like, okay. So I decided I would join this coven. I gave them the references from my previous coven. And I found out while I was in there that to become the High Wizard, you've got to get Satan's attention. All right. Well, I knew that that abortion, I'm certain, got Satan's attention. Like doing one, you feel 10 foot tall and bulletproof. You feel like nothing can happen to you. You are king of the world. But you're pretty certain Satan granted us pretty much everything we ever did an abortion for. So if he's granting what we're petitioning for, he knows that we're doing the abortion. Because he knows that we had to do the abortion for him to grant us our petition. So that's where I'm going to get Satan's attention. I'm going to do more abortions. So I started doing that. I did that 18, 19, and 20. When I was 20 years old, I got this letter in the mail. And it said that I was being petitioned to come before the CEO and the board of directors. Now, something else I know is that there are people that get that and they go before the CEO and the board of directors and they are never heard from again. And I thought, I ain't going out like no sucker. So at that time, Florida had a 2-week calling off period to buy a handgun. I did the 2-week cooling off period. I went in and I bought a Sig Sauer 9mm and a few clips because I thought, you're going to try and do something to me? I might die, but I ain't going out alone. So I brought all this in with me. You know, I'm wearing this under my clothes and I go in for this meeting. And when I go in, I'm sitting in this chair and they bring in this light blue High Wizard handbook. It's as hokey as it sounds. The cover is a hand drawing of a High Wizard. And all the way through it is animation of High Wizards. But then the first page, when you open it, on the first page, the first thing it says, no one can tell you what to do. This is the job for me. This is what I want. I mean, I can do anything. They're like, absolutely anything. Anything you want to do, you won't be arrested. You won't be charged with anything. Nothing will happen to you. There's no jail time. There's nothing. Anything you want to do. You want to speed down the road everywhere you go? Do it. Now I thought, this has got to be far-fetched. There's got to be something that I could be charged with. But I thought, I want this job. Now they also showed me a wall. They moved a curtain back and there was about 9 different costumes on the wall. It was 9 different variations of what a High Wizard might want to look like. There was also different face paint, different things you could do. And I thought, this is super cool. So I just, any version of this, or I can make up my own look pretty much. As long as it's an old school tuxedo. I mean, you can wear a modern tuxedo, but why would you? It's an old school tuxedo, a top hat, a wand or a cane. I thought a wand was kind of hokey, but a cane, I could bring some class to that. And I decided, yes, I'm going to be the first I'm going to be the High Wizard. Not the first High Wizard, but I'm going to be a High Wizard. I was 21 years old, and I became a High Wizard. Now, your very first assignment, at least mine, because I turned 21 in July, and also in July is the cremation of care ceremony that happens at Bohemian Grove. That's in California, and I got invited to that. Now, I don't know what that is. I'd heard of Bohemian Grove. I read it in a book about something else that happened, and the person said they went to Bohemian Grove. No idea what that is. And I go to that, and they have what's called the cremation of care. Now, have you ever been a bowler? Okay. Bowling used to take place, scoring used to take place on a piece of paper with a pencil. And superstitious bowlers would tell you, build me a wall. So just like Donald Trump, build me a wall. When you're keeping score, if you're having a bad game, you take a pencil and you darken it in on one of the lines to build a wall so that no bad luck in your game happens beyond this wall. Cremation of care is like that. It's a ceremony that takes place that ends your bad luck for the year and gives you good luck from here until next year for the next cremation of care. It's a mock ceremony of the murder of a young boy. Bohemian Grove's been there for a long time. I'm sure that back when it started, which I'm pretty sure was in the 1800s, I'm pretty sure they had actual murders of children. But when I was a High Wizard, they hook electrodes up to a child's genitalia, and they shock him so bad he screams and passes out. Bohemian Grove is a 2-week thing that happens in July. It's a lot of rich people and a lot of politicians. I mean, a lot of them. There's things on YouTube about President Nixon saying that he didn't want to go back because there were too many homosexuals there. You are given places to stay, so it looks like when you leave the house, this is your mansion. This is your rock star pad. You know, you're given a car. My real car back then, when I left Satanism, my real car was a Nissan Sentra, and it wasn't even new. You know, it was early 90s edition, and I left in 99. But for a while, when I was High Wizard, I drove a Lamborghini Diablo, thinking I'm the coolest guy in the world. Look at my car. There was a time when I had $87 million in my bank account. None of it was mine. My real bank account, on any given time, usually had about 200 bucks in it. Sometimes less, sometimes a little more. But if you saw my High Wizard bank account, I look like I'm doing quite well. I'm driving a Lamborghini, I'm staying in a mansion, I got $87 million. And I'm meeting politicians, I'm meeting anybody that wants a spell done that can afford me. But you don't give the money to me, I don't see it. It goes to my coven. So spells cost anywhere from probably $10,000 or $20,000 for something simple, up to could be millions. I did a spell. I was told that I was hired by the 3 major television stations, and that they paid anywhere between $500 million and $1 billion for me to do a spell that would make sure that every TV show in the future has a gay character. Just aunt, the funniest, the most handsome, the best role. They get all the Emmys. Everybody loves them. And I thought, that is never going to happen. I mean, I'm a high wizard back from 1987 to 1999. This was not a popular time to be gay. So I'm thinking, my coven just made $1 billion on this spell, and these people are never going to get this. Now, the unfortunate thing about now, other than EWTN, name a show that doesn't have a gay character. When I was a Satanist, you have to imagine organized Satanism as 3 houses. 2 houses are back to back. 1 house is at the end. And all these houses have privacy fences up around them. So each house only thinks they are the only house. 1 house attacks the Baptist church because in the early days, up until the 1990s, the Baptist church was very strong in their faith. They were anti-gay marriage, obviously. Everybody was anti-gay marriage back then. They were anti-abortion. They were very conservative. Women wore dresses all the way down to the floor. They just preached, that nobody can live together unless they're married. They just had very strict morals. And they really believed in fighting the devil. Now, it was kind of strange, though, because there was a philosophy there that kind of contradicted each other. Because on the one hand, they believed in prayer. Prayer was the number one thing. You had to pray. Intercessory prayer, praying for somebody else, praying against satanic attack. But we were also taught that Jesus defeated the devil on the cross 2,000 years ago, so he's no threat anymore. And that the devil is afraid of the Baptist church. Now, why would he be afraid of the Baptist church, but not afraid of God? Remember that he attacked God on God's own turf and had his butt handed to him by St. Michael. So St. Michael kicked him out of heaven. He's not afraid of God enough to attack him, but he's afraid of the Baptist church. So, if you think the devil is afraid of you, that gives him carte blanche to attack you all he wants, because you don't believe that's the devil. There's 3 teams that split Baptist churches. There's a sex scandal team, and that's usually a 15 or 16-year-old girl sleeping with the Baptist preacher or the minister of music or the minister of youth. Then there's also a monetary scandal, and there's a gossip scandal. My team did the gossip scandal. Now, you're not going in there by yourself. You have a whole team of people that work on this, and you're working multiple churches at the same time. So let's say you go in, let's say that I'm the person that goes in. I'm going to be the main person here. But that doesn't mean I'm working alone. There could be 20 people going in. When I show up in town, and I've got a bank account that has $87 million in it. And the bank president is also a Baptist. And we already know all this stuff. Research has been done. We've studied these people in advance. You've got a schedule, you've got a schedule to follow. You go in, you've got a nice car, you just bought the most ostentatious house in town, and you tell them you're looking for a new Baptist church to join. So he invites you to join his church. So you go in, and before you get there, he's already let everybody know. This guy drives a Lamborghini. He's got $87 million. He just bought the Brewster house. It's like that eyesore back, wherever it is, but it's gigantic and he's got money. We should make him an official member of one of the committee. Baptist churches are run on committees. So you go in, and your very first day of meeting the committee, you hear the president say something, but you notice that the vice president rolls his eyes when he said it. Now, you're trained to pick up on this stuff. You're trained to know who doesn't like who, Like the majority of the time, the president is a voted in position. So most likely the president won and he appointed the vice president. The vice president was probably also running for president, and he lost. But he had some good ideas. So the president assigns him the vice president position. But the vice president has resentment because once you're in this position, it's for life. And the only way you can move up is he has to either move, quit, or die. You know you can't kill him, so you have to bide your time until he leaves. And that might not be for 30 or 40 years. So you're stuck playing second fiddle to this guy, wishing that he would leave. So I go out and I hang out with the president. He takes me out on his new bass boat. And he tells me, well, this guy believes this and this, but, and I think he's kind of lazy, but it's all good. So it's all good is his catchphrase. I pick up on that. And he says that a few times during that trip. It's all good. So then when I go hang out with the vice president, we hang out for a little bit and I say, hey, I'm new here and I don't want to cause any trouble. There's a lie, because I do want to cause trouble. But I tell him, I was talking to the president and he said this and this about you, but it's all good. Now, most likely what I just said is a complete lie. He didn't say that. But the vice president thinks he did because I ended it with, but it's all good. And the president uses that phrase all the time. So I keep talking away with all the different members. And I tell all of them stuff that somebody might have really said or say it. But I always say you can't say anything to anybody, because if you say something, they're going to know I said it because he told me. Now, once I have put in all the different spices and stirred the pot up really good, then I go to the Baptist preacher. I have a meeting with him and I tell him, listen, I'm new here and I don't want to cause any trouble. But this is what's going on in this committee that you put me on. This person says this person says that, this person's doing this person's doing that. And I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't know what I should do. The Baptist preacher thanks me for coming to him and telling him these things. And then he's a good shepherd. He's going to have to go behind my back and ask them all if they really said these things. Well, the things that I tell him are all true. I don't lie to him. No, I tell him I don't want to start any trouble there. That's a lie. But every quote I give him is an actual quote. So when he goes behind my back and talks to all these people, they all confirm. Yeah, we said that. Yeah, I said that about this person or that person or, whatever it is. They all confirm these things. So from the Baptist preacher's perspective, everyone's got a bad problem with gossiping and talking about people behind their back. The only person that seems to be telling him the truth is me. So he goes to the president. Now, the way the devil sets this up, if the president steps down, this whole problem goes away. It's just the way it works. If the president steps down, all the infighting goes away. And so the pastor asked him, listen, if you step down, everything will be fine. But this is when that guy realizes this was a popularity contest and I won. I ain't going nowhere. And the vice president realizes if he doesn't go anywhere, I can't move up. So in his frustration, he leaves the committee. He quits. Now, here's what the devil counts on. If the vice president leaves the committee, half the people will be on the side of the vice president, and the other half are with the president. And there's overwhelming evidence that if the vice president quits, the committee will split. And if the committee splits, the church will split. Half the people approximately stay at the church. Half the people approximately quit. Now it could be more or less of 50%, but that's pretty close. The people that leave are going to try and start their own church. If that church is not up and going in 1 year, it's never going to be up and going. The people that stayed are never going to grow. Because on Sunday or Monday, Sunday you go to the Baptist church, Monday you're at the water cooler. Where'd you go to church yesterday? Such and such Baptist church. Oh, you don't want to go there, they had a scandal. Well, now you have to quit because there's a scandal there. The people that left, they can't get one going because they have a scandal attached to them. So some of those people, if they get a church going, that's never going to grow. It's going to be that group of people, and it's never going to expand from there. Some people are going to be reabsorbed back into the community and go to other churches. And some people are going to go back to the original church. But some people are going to have a sour taste in their mouth about religion and never go back. Satan goes for the split. He doesn't want the church destroyed. He doesn't want everyone to leave. He doesn't want the building to be crumbled. He just wants a split. And that was my job. That was one of my jobs. There was an art to doing it. And, if you did it right, when you left, you were still the good guy. No one suspected it was you. No one, the Baptist preacher sure doesn't suspect it was you because everything you told him was the truth. We stopped attacking the Baptist church in the 1990s because they accepted homosexuality. They accepted abortion. Their miniskirts, they stopped wearing floor-length dresses. They started wearing miniskirts to church. So we watered down their faith. And we stopped attacking them. Well, in 1999, I was tired of going to Bohemian Grove. It's not just open once a year, it's open 4 times a year. And I was tired of going. I was tired of partying with rock stars. I was tired of doing drugs every day. I was tired. You'd think that, people talk about, well, if I could have sex with anybody I wanted to all the time, I'd love that. You love it at first. I compare all my sinning to working in a candy store. All your sins, all the sins in the world are sold. It's all the candy that's in a candy store. Not just a candy store that's in the mall, but like a freestanding building, a 10,000 square foot candy store. You've got 1 million different pieces of candy, and that's all the sins there are in the world. And you're thinking your first day on the job, how many pieces of candy am I going to have today? And how long is it going to take me to try every piece of candy in the store? Now, not the licorice, because nobody wants that. So, there are some sins that are disgusting. You're not going to do all the sins, but all the sins you want to do, how long will that take? Well, in 6 months, you've had all the candy you wanted to try. I've had even the licorice, and after 3 years, I'm wondering, why can't my boss make a new sin? How come there's no new candy coming out? And then a new candy bar comes out, and it's very exciting. And you run and you take that candy bar off the wall, and you tear into it, and it's the same old candy, just in a new wrapper. Crack cocaine comes out. This is the most awesome thing in the world. It's a new drug. I'm going to try it. And I do. And then I realize that it's still cocaine. And after 7 years, this job sucks. No part of this job is enjoyable. I don't like sinning anymore. I sin because it's expected. I'm supposed to be the biggest sinner in the world. I'm the high wizard. Not fun. Having sex, not fun. Getting drunk, not fun. Can't get drunk anymore. If I drink enough to get drunk, I'm going to kill myself. Same thing with drugs. Can't get high anymore. This is just not enjoyable. Yeah, you can do anything you want, but after a while, what's left? And you've had all the candy in the store. There's nothing left to do that's enjoyable. So I got a doctor's appointment with a satanic doctor. Said I had a problem, wanted to come see him. And I chose that doctor because he was on the outside of town. So I'd have to get on the highway to get to him. But instead of getting off, I just kept going. I drove a certain distance, ran out of gas, parked on the side of the road, hitchhiked into town the next day, sold my car for scrap, and bought a ticket to go into Greyhound ticket, trying to get into Canada. Because for some reason, I'd never done hardly anything in Canada as a Satanist. So for some reason, I thought I could hide in Canada. It didn't occur to me that, Satan is everywhere, practically. And so I get rejected at the border. They told me I could go anywhere I wanted. So I did the Baptist thing. I opened up the atlas, closed my eyes, put my finger down, landed on Oklahoma. So I thought, okay, I'm going to go to Oklahoma. And I lived there for 3 years. A couple of those years lived off the grid. And I bought a car, and I tried to get back into Canada. And I got rejected at the border again. And a friend told me that there's a border crossing near Vermont, and that there's no border guard there, and I can just drive straight across. I'm going to do that. So I'm heading that way. I'm 2 hours away, according to my GPS. And I get really sleepy. I mean, like beyond tired. And I pull over at a rest stop, and I take a nap. Except when I took my nap, it was in the afternoon. And when I woke up, it was the next morning. No big deal. I'm 2 hours away. So I get in my car, go to the bathroom, get in my car, drive back. I'm crossing the border, and I get pulled over by a border guard. He's not supposed to be there. And he has me get out of my car, and he searches my car inside and out, top to bottom. And the whole time he's doing that, he's describing how that he's been trying to get this job for 3 years. And today is his very first day on the job. And I thought at that moment, God has a sense of humor. So I'm worth $18 and I have half a tank of gas. So I drove to Burlington, Vermont. My first day in town, I got a job. I was homeless for the first probably few weeks, but I got a job my first day in town. And in Burlington, if you look at travel magazines, it is the least religious state in the nation. Now, by least religious, they mean Christian. There's not a whole lot there. But if you want to be pagan, you want to be a Wiccan or a shaman or a druid, you can go to college and learn that. You want to be a Satanist even. Anything you want to do, you want to practice this out in public and wear your magical garb out so everybody can see it, it's totally acceptable. So I started doing that. Now, I didn't tell anybody, hey, I belong to a satanic coven. I kind of neglected that, but I love magic and I'm addicted to magic. I still want to do it. I still love it. So I'm doing that all the time. Now, when I lived in Oklahoma, it's kind of like the belt buckle of the Bible Belt. If you're going to practice magic, you got to go in your house, go in your bedroom, shut the door and lock it so no one walks in on you, because it's greatly frowned upon. But in Vermont, not frowned upon whatsoever. So I'm doing that, and I'm pretty much enjoying myself. One night, I did a magic spell. The next day, I went to work. And I work at the largest kiosk in the mall. And it's a place called Piercing Pagoda. It's a jewelry store that's owned by Zales. And I open the store. I'm doing my job. I'm working my day at the kiosk. And this woman comes up and she presents that she wants to buy a pair of gold hoop earrings. And I present her with the perfect pair based on her description. And she agrees that is the perfect pair. And we're about to close the deal when she says, actually, I'm shopping with my daughter. And when I'm done, I'll come back and buy these. Now, I know woman speak. I've been a retail manager for a few years. And I know that when a woman says that, what she means is, I'm going to go find it cheaper someplace else. But she had an honest face. I knew that everything she said, she meant it. She was coming back. So I put them up near the register. And 3 hours later, this woman comes back. And we finish out the transaction. We do the deal. I get the money. She gets the gold. And I tell her, at that time, we were having this contest. If you call the 800 number on this receipt and take a survey, you might win $1,000. And she says, that's fantastic. I've got something for you too. And she reaches in her purse. And I'm thinking, oh no. She's going to pull out a Jack Chick pamphlet, tell me that I'm sinning, that I need to drop to my knees and beg for forgiveness. But these are all things I can't do. I sold my soul when I was 13 years old. Can't drop to my knees. I can't ask God for anything because my soul is, I'm damned. So instead, she pulls out this little cheap gold-colored piece of tin. I work at Piercing Pagoda. I recognize cheap jewelry because we sell it. It's nice jewelry, but it's not expensive. Like our most expensive item is like $50. So, and then she says the weirdest thing I'd ever heard. Now, remember that I was the high wizard. Could have been between 2 and 5, as low as 1, high as 10. And I partied with rock stars. I helped about 1,200 rock stars sell their souls. You give somebody unlimited booze and drugs that can write poetry and songs, and they will say some strange stuff. If you doubt that statement, go outside and turn on the radio to some top 40 station and just listen to like 3 songs in a row and see how nonsensical the things are they sing about. I mean, back then, when I left my satanic coven, I think the top song of the country, maybe of the world, was Bow It to Ba by Kid Rock. The chorus of that song is, bow it to ba, to dang, diggy diggy, up jumps the boogie. That was the #1 song of the year. That apparently was better than every other song that came out that year. This woman said something that to me was weirder than that. She said, the Blessed Mother is calling you into her army. And I thought, Blessed Mother, ISIS? Gaia? I grew up Baptist. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but we have 0 titles for the Blessed Mother. As well, we have the name of Mary. Don't want to know what other names we have? 0. Speaking of that, do you know what Mary did in the Baptist church? She gave birth to Jesus. Do you know what else she did? Nothing. We don't know about the wedding at Cana because Jesus turned water to wine, and you can't drink wine in the Baptist church. And she also escaped to Egypt with Joseph. We didn't hear about that either because they don't want to put any spotlight on Mary. So, and then she says it's very powerful. This isn't powerful. And I just kind of go back to my happy place. Like, how do these people all find me? There must be a sign above my head. It's giant. It's made of neon. And it says, crazy people come here. And there's an arrow pointing straight down to me. Because they all find me. How do they find me? That sign has got to be the only answer I know. And I'm tuning her out. I'm just like, I don't know how this keeps happening to me. And she's just rattling on and on and on. I don't know what she's saying because I tuned her out. And eventually I think, I have your money. You have my gold. This was win-win for both of us. Why are you still standing here? And I tune her back in. And just in time for her to say, it's very powerful. No, I was the high wizard. The number could have been as high as 10, but it also could have been as low as 1. Out of 7 billion people, I could have been the only one high wizard. That, whatever that is, that blessed miraculous metal, is not going to touch me. There's no power, no mystique to that. Give me that. I stick my hand out for it. She's all giddy. She's happy. She's a little schoolgirl. She's like, no, she's not a little schoolgirl, but she's happy like a little schoolgirl. She drops it in my hand and I clench my fist around it. All ready to tell her these things. Now, my plan, I'm going to toss it on my floor or slam it on my counter. And I'm going to tell her, this is worthless. I don't feel anything with this. You lied to me. Now, if she decides to return the gold and get her money back, I'll do that. If she wants to call my manager, the regional vice president, and tell them that I'm the rudest man in the world, I make my days, my weeks, my months, my quarter, and my year. My boss is never going to believe that I was rude to somebody. She's going to think it was a misinterpretation of something, or this woman was just having a bad day. So I know I'm safe in what I want to do. I take it in my hand and I clench my fist around it, except that instead of me being able to tell her these things, my store and my mall completely disappear. They're gone. I'm standing in a darkened void, and it's me and this woman. Her name is Marianne Wickman, and she's Father Joseph Whalen's personal assistant in the St. Raphael Healing Oil Ministry. And she tells me about the magic spell I did last night, and that's of the devil. And I've helped split over 100 churches, and that's of the devil. And I've committed over 100 abortions, and that's of the devil. And she tells me about 8 or 9 other sins, and all of them end with, and that's of the devil. Now, when this first started, I wanted to attack her with magic. But currently, her magic is stronger than mine. Let's go back to I could have been the only one high wizard. I did not have the magical power to give somebody a worthless gold-colored piece of tin, transport both of us to a darkened void, and know all their sins. She'll kill me with magic. I can't attack her, but I can't escape either. What happens if I drop the metal and then I just fall through this darkened void and never find my way back to my mall, back to my store? I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm starting to sweat. I'm terrified. This woman is scaring me bad. And she says again, the Blessed Mother is calling you into her army. And instantly, I knew that was the Mother of God. It had to be a grace by the Holy Spirit. And when I knew it was the Mother of God, Mary showed up. She was the prettiest woman I've ever seen in my life. And she smiled at me. And it's a smile that I knew I did not deserve. I was acutely aware of my 146 assisted abortions. And she took me by the hand that had the metal in it. And she turned me around. And Divine Mercy Jesus was standing behind me. But I didn't know what Divine Mercy was. I just knew I had these rays of light that were shooting above me and under me and around me and through me. And in that instant, I knew I did not sell my soul to the devil when I was 13 years old. I knew that Jesus Christ was my Lord and Savior. I knew that all my magic, my occult, my New Age, and my Satanism was false. And I knew beyond a reasonable doubt that everything Catholic was truth. And the Blessed Mother told me that my job was to help her end abortion. And I opened my hand, and I was back in my store, back in my mall. And this woman, Marianne Wickman, is still talking to me. And she tells me that she is Father Joseph Whalen's personal assistant, and he is the busiest priest she knows. He doesn't even have time to talk to her, and she's the personal assistant. And while she's talking to me, her cell phone rings. And she looks at it. She says, "This is Father Joe. I've got to take this call." "Wait, you just explained all that." "Yeah, go ahead, take it." So at that time, Father Joe was starting to go deaf. So when he talked like everybody else was going deaf. And he says, "Can you hand the phone to the young man you're talking to?" She's like, "Certainly, Father Joe." And she hands me the cell phone. I heard everything he said. I'm shaking like Ozzy Osbourne. I take the phone. I'm like, "Hello? Welcome to the faith. Hand the phone back to Marianne." I hand the phone back to her. He hung up on her. And then we got 2 more phone calls similar to that. She sent her daughter out to the truck and said, "Bring this man 1 of each of everything." So the daughter runs out all happy and giddy. And I don't know what one of each of everything is. I'm not Catholic. And her daughter comes back in with a paper grocery bag filled with pamphlets, why do Catholics believe this or do that, a Catholic Bible, and like 125 Lighthouse Catholic media discs, you know? And I'm like, oh, this is incredible, okay. And then she tells me where she goes to Mass. And she gives me the address. And so the very next day, I started going to daily Mass. And I thought, I had been to 2 black Masses in my life. They didn't make any sense to me because they were nothing like a Baptist church service. Suddenly, when I'm at this Mass, I realize what the black Mass is a parody of. It's this. This is what was going on, but a parody of this. And now it made more sense. When I went home, at that time I was married, and my wife had grown up Jehovah's Witness. So they were very anti-Catholic. She was no longer that. She was very New Age with me. And I opened the door, my wife was inside doing the dishes, and I walked in and I said, honey, guess what? I'm Catholic now. And she stopped doing the dishes and she said, of all the things you could possibly be, why on earth would you do that? But the next day when I went to Mass, she went with me. She supported me through my journey. She was going to daily Mass with me. The very first Mass I went to, at the consecration, I saw Jesus. And I thought all the Catholics in the room could see that. I didn't realize that was a special gift to me. I thought if you're Catholic, you see that. I thought I was Catholic because I was given that medal. Boom, everything Catholic's truth. All my stuff is fake and false. Clearly I'm Catholic. I see Jesus, same as everybody else. Even though I believed that I had sold my soul to the devil and couldn't go to God, even if I wanted to, that I had been forgiven. And I'd been forgiven through divine mercy. That Jesus was letting me know that I didn't sell my soul to the devil, that I can become Catholic, I can be a Christian if I want to, you know, and this was my route in. The biggest, this is how much God orchestrates things. I worked in the day, I worked in that day in the mall, so that woman, Marianne Wickman, could give me the medal. I started going to daily Mass the next day and saw Jesus up on the altar and thought, this is the biggest secret for me in the world. If I'd have known when I was a kid that Jesus was legitimately in the Catholic Church, I would have entered the Catholic Church and nobody could have drugged me out. I mean, you might have had to have made me a priest so I could leave. Because I was just flabbergasted, to use one of my dad's old words, that Jesus is really there. Like, I'd been told all the Catholics were going to hell. And here it is, I'm not. You know, I'm forgiven. You know, all my sins don't mean that much. You know, like, God loves me enough to come get me, to come to where I am, and to meet me there, but to raise me up in holiness. You know, my Baptist church never did that. You know, this was an incredible event to me. You know, I found out at church, I've been to a few of the Masses, and found out there was a place called Perpetual Adoration where I could go see Jesus anytime. And I thought, you know, I've seen Pink Floyd in concert 4 times. One of the times was at a stadium that had probably 90,000 people. It took 7 hours to get inside and get to your seats. It took longer than that to leave. Going to see God has got to be bigger than any rock star. You know, there's a line to get in to see Elvis, and he's been dead for 40 years. There has to be a line. There has to be a sign-up sheet. Like, do you sign up and then they call you in a few months or a few years and tell you it's your turn? And they said, no, you just go. It's no big deal. Just go. So they gave me the address. I went to that church. And Shock number one, we're the only other car in the parking lot. Shock number two, there's no line to get in. And shock number three, we open the door to the chapel, and it's me, my wife, Jesus, and this woman. This woman looks up like a deer in the headlights, and she packs her bags as fast as she can go. I mean, if this was an Olympic event, she got gold. And then she says, you can't leave till someone else comes in, and bam, she's out the door. And I thought, why would I leave? I'm in a room with Jesus. When I was a Satanist, I was so judgmental. I mean, I never met a Holy Baptist church. The reason we didn't attack any of the other churches, because Satan only attacks those churches that do him harm. So going back to my description of the three houses, you have a house that attacks the Baptist church, a house that attacks the Catholic church, which I couldn't understand why, because I knew all the Catholics were going to hell. And then the final house creates media for like atheistic, socialism, New Age religions. It's just Satan constantly writing, putting out papers, music, books, videos, anything on any of those subjects, because he doesn't necessarily want you to worship him. He just does not want you to worship God. So if you're not worshiping God, you're going to hell. So, it's got you. And like I said, you have these three houses. So going back to, I'm going to adoration for all this time. I went to St. Raphael Healing Oil Ministry. Were trying to find me a spiritual director. And they found me Father Anthony Gramlich. He's the rector of the National Shrine of Divine Mercy in Stockbridge, Massachusetts. And they scheduled me an appointment to go see him. And so before we sat down and spoke, he gave me a tour of the shrine. And I saw this massive picture of Divine Mercy Jesus. And there was somebody standing next to me I didn't even know. And I said, that's Jesus. And she said, duh. I said, no, that's the Jesus I saw. That's Jesus. I don't even know what those rays of light are. And for some reason, St. Raphael thought that Father Anthony would be the perfect spiritual director, because I saw Divine Mercy Jesus, not knowing what Divine Mercy was. I didn't even know it was called Divine Mercy Jesus. And they knew Father Anthony. So they take me there, and I see, like, Father Anthony takes me into the chapel, and I'm going to all these relics. And he said that I went in the order of, he says, all saints are holy. He said, but I went in the order probably of holiness around the room to each one of the relics. And then we sat down and we talked for 3 hours. And so he was my first spiritual director, and still is in a lot of ways. But having no idea what Divine Mercy was, and my gosh, I was so judgmental. I was like Satan. I was like the great accuser. You did anything wrong in your life, I would point it out. I didn't care if you stopped. I wasn't trying to make you drop to your knees and beg for forgiveness and all that. I was just pointing out, you're doing this, right? This is wrong, right? This is what, you're going to hell for this. And it was just a funny comment for me to make. But when I became Catholic, and for me, the first milestone to becoming Catholic was being given the medal. I really felt like I was Catholic then, even though, when I went back to the priest that was bringing me into the church, I explained that I might need, because Father Anthony told me I at least needed a deliverance and I might need an exorcism. And I talked to Monsignor LaValle. There's a picture of him on the other side of that wall. And he said, you're sitting in front of the Blessed Sacrament for 18 hours a day. There's no demon willing to do that. He says, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that whatever demon might have been attached to you at the moment of your conversion, they got the hell scared out of them when Mary and Jesus showed up. So he said he would perform a deliverance on me, but he didn't think I needed an exorcism. And I didn't realize that I had satanic gifts at that moment, but I did. And when I had my deliverance, I lost my satanic gifts, which was a blessing to me because I didn't like them. I didn't like them when I was a Satanist. I could see demons and angels. You know, demons are kind of creepy, but I thought the demons were there to keep me safe and the angels were there to do me harm. I didn't realize until after I was Catholic that the angels were there to keep me safe and the demons were there to keep me damned. And I think people recognize truth when they hear it. You know, there are some people that don't. You know, Protestants don't believe, really, Protestants will protest me at some of my talks. But, you know, I also speak out. You know, the devil doesn't attack anybody that doesn't do him harm. That's why we never attacked a single Protestant church except the Baptists. And in the 90s, we stopped attacking them. And you know who's consistently attacked? Us. The Catholics, our attack doesn't stop. You know, and it's because we do the devil the most harm. You know, he wants to bring our church down. You know, surely he's read the Bible, you know, as well as the rest of us, you know, and knows that the gates of hell will not prevail. But that doesn't stop him. You know, and he's not, I think at this point, he's not really trying to destroy us. He's just trying to keep as many away from the kingdom of heaven as he can. And he does a fairly good job of that. You know, I mean, he's not perfect and he's not almighty and he, you know, he's not as powerful as God. I mean, that's something I think a lot of people need to understand. He's a creature. He's a little higher than us, but he's not anywhere. It's not an equal battle. He's not battling his brother Jesus. You know, it's nothing like that. You know, it's just a creature that has a little too much ego, got a little too big for his britches and thought he could do it. You know, one of my biggest points that I like to say about the Catholic Church when you're comparing them to another church, when Satanists go to steal the host, they don't steal the Baptist Wonder Bread. How hard would it be to go into a Protestant church and take their hosts? It's not hard at all. You could probably walk in there, grab a handful, and run out the door, and no one would care. But ours is the body, blood, soul, and divinity of our Lord Jesus Christ. And who else knows that besides Catholics? Satan. And Satan gets Satanists to steal that host and then sell it for between $1,500 and $15,000, with the average price being about $5,000, because you've got to give your silver pieces for Jesus. Now, why would, I mean, it seems insane that somebody would pay $5,000. Oh, let's just go with the cheapest price. $1,500 for a piece of bread. Come on. Unless it's legitimately God. And then it's believable. Satan believes it's God. How come 87% of Catholics don't believe that? I feel my job in this ministry is to tell people to flee from the devil and run towards God. If you flee from the devil and run towards God, I'm not saying your life is going to be simple, because it's not. The closer you get to God, the more Satan hates you. You know, have you ever noticed that on the day that you're going to confession, nothing is going wrong until you decide to go to confession? And then everything goes wrong. Suddenly your tire's flat. You run out of gas. Your son or daughter or niece or nephew or wife is mad at you and wants to have a conversation right now when you were just on your way to confession. And if you don't go right now, you're going to miss it. You know, and if you don't go to confession, you're going to miss Mass, because, you know, you can go and you get the grace of sitting there, but you can't take the Eucharist. You know, I preach the true presence. You know, the greatest gifts that Jesus gave us was the Eucharist, confession, and his mother. You know, and I don't change. Those stories don't change. You know, I tell people to always, I tell people to go to confession every 7 days. You know, that if you don't need confession every 7 days, praise God. Go in and get a blessing, because everybody could use a blessing. Always be in the middle of a novena. You know, if you can be in a novena when Jesus comes back, won't that be wonderful? You know, what are you doing? I'm in the middle of a novena. Oh, I'll let you finish. You know, anything you can do. Read the Bible every day. You know, do what you need to do to stay in a state of grace as often as you can. As soon as you know you're not in a state of grace, go get in one. Because if you died on the way to confession, your act of contrition better be perfect, or you're going to find yourself not in heaven and not in purgatory. Our goal is to get to heaven. That's the end goal. You've got to do what it takes to get you there. And you've got to try and be as holy as you can. And you're not just trying to get yourself there. Don't be selfish and just think, it's all about me. I'm number one. You've got a spouse. You've got friends. You've got relatives. You want to see everybody get there. You know, and tell everybody, you know, there's saints. You have favorite saints. You have your saint, you know, whoever that might be. And, you know, you want to rely on all these people to help you. You know, I rely on the Blessed Mother the most, but I have a whole litany of saints that I pray to. You know, I pray for a lot of people in purgatory every day. I have 36 people that I pray for in purgatory every day. And I don't know if they're there, but I was told by another priest that if you pray for somebody in purgatory and they're really in hell, it causes them pain. So at the end of my list, I say, and if any of these people are not in purgatory, then please give their prayers to people that need to come out next. So hopefully I'm covering a lot of people. When I do the blessing of my food, at the end of my prayer for that, I say, all saints, please pray for us. And it's exciting for me because let's say there's 1 billion people in heaven right now. There's got to be more, but there's 1 billion people in heaven right now. But tomorrow there might be 1,000,000,001. 10 days from now there might be 1,000,000,010. That number is constantly going up. So every time I say, all saints pray for us, that number increases. And I need all those prayers that I can get. You know, I put out a book and a CD set called Abortion is a Satanic Sacrifice. When I was in adoration one of the times, I told Jesus, I've got, you know, your mother told me my job was to help her end abortion, but I don't know how. I can only stop myself from doing them. And he told me to wait a minute. A couple of minutes later, Blessed Mother showed up in adoration. She said, very simple, very short. Use what you know. And she was gone. I know abortion is a satanic sacrifice. So I did a CD set and I put that out. A lot of people ask for the transcript of the CD set. So I put out a book. Now my book has a few stories in it that don't appear in the CD set. And there's also, in the final 2 pages of the book, is an endorsement from Father Frank Pavone. And as well, if you find my website, there's a picture of Father Frank Pavone holding my book and my CD set, and there's an endorsement on my website for my ministry from him. And it's an incredible thing. We hear that so far we've shut down 49 abortion clinics around the world, a large number of them in Louisiana and Texas. And the average abortion clinic, according to Planned Parenthood, they do 1,500 abortions a year. So take 1,500 times 49, and that's how many babies I save every year. And that is a mighty good feeling. When I had everything in a satanic community, my $87 million wasn't mine. My Lamborghini wasn't mine. My mansions weren't mine. You know, Satan believes in use your illusion. Make people think this is all yours. You have everything. You're on top of the world. but you don't have anything. Now, divine mercy gave me salvation. If I died tomorrow and, I'm not the richest man in the world. I'm probably not even the richest man in this room, but I have salvation. If I die in a state of grace, I'm going to purgatory. And, I know that there's a lot of wasted suffering in the world, but not right here. All my suffering, I offer up. I'm missing my right foot. I'm diabetic. I'm on dialysis. I'm blind. I have everything. I explained to you that the secret to getting everything you want is that everything you want is what God wants for you. Now, I probably don't have everything that God wants for me, but I will eventually. I have a quote that I'm prone to say in pretty much all my talks and all my interviews. And you don't really necessarily have to remember anything about me personally, but remember this quote. You cannot sell what you do not own. In my talks, I ask people, I usually have an assistant sitting next to me, and I ask them what kind of car they own, and can anyone in the audience legally sell me their car? And everybody agrees, no, you can't sell the car. Why not? Because they don't own it. I said, that's the same reason you can't sell your soul. You don't own it. You may have heard God died for you. Jesus paid the ultimate price for your soul. You don't own it. You can't loan it, you can't lease it, and you certainly can't sell it. You may have heard that the devil's a liar. I'm here to confirm. You can't believe anything he says. If the devil says good morning, get a second opinion.
Hello. We're 21st today, 21st of May.
I like the number.
I spoke to Arizona Wilder in Los Angeles, and this is what she had to say.
Well, Arizona, can we start at the beginning and can you tell us the story of what's happened in your life from the very start?
Okay, what I can tell you is that before I started looking into my life, back in 1989, I was starting to have flashes of things, and my life was not what it seemed to be, which is why I started looking into it. And what I found out was that I had a lot of missing time, and a whole lot of missing time, as to what had occurred in my life. And when I started looking into what had happened in my life, it was the only way that at the time that I knew, was to start going to see a therapist. Within a year, I was talking about memories of being sexually abused by my father, which was part of what was supposed to happen. And I was starting to talk about mind control issues, and I was talking about ritual abuse issues at the time, and I didn't have the whole thing put together. It's taken me years, all these years, it's taken approximately almost 10 years to put this together, what has happened to me. And in the process, I have lost everything that I ever had in my life, and anything I held dear in my life. I was bred for this role that I fulfill, and it was planned from before my birth, and it was because of the bloodline of my mother's family, which comes down through Ireland, but before that it began in France. It was through the Marquis de Stac, which he came to Ireland and changed the name to Stack, and then I was chosen, and from the birth was planned, my parents were forced to move down to this area for the reason that the High Council is down here, which is, there are 6 councils of 13 in this country, and the High Council is down here.
We're talking the United States?
The United States, yes. And so from the time that I was a baby, I was being abused and traumatized, and on purpose, for the mind control that they need someone to go through to do whatever they say, to be as just a puppet in you know, that they can control every move. And you don't remember, I didn't remember a lot of things, because I have, as a result of all of this mind control, split off many parts that all hold memories, hold feelings, hold programs, hold information, and I've been working very hard to pull all of that up. And it's been a long, slow process for me, because there don't seem to be a lot of people in the field that I only felt was the only way I could go was psychiatric and psychological. They don't seem to know what is really going on, and I believe that a lot of them are afraid of being sued should they suggest something, and so they cannot lead or suggest. And it's been a process of me having to trigger myself to remember, and be around people that can help me with that can't really be touched by the False Memory Syndrome Foundation.
So what happened? You say you were abused as a child as part of this compartmentalizing of your mind. What went on after that, as you got older?
Well, they start with wanting to make you an obedient slave at first, and so they do a lot of sensory deprivation, they do a lot of sensory overload, and they switch between the two, and they do out-and-out torture. They take a small child and they electroshock. In my case, it was electroshock to the brain, and they would take away my chance to sleep. They kept me awake for many hours at night, would not let me sleep. And I was also told things, as this was before the age of 5, I was told things such as, they would make me drink water, and they would say, if you pass urine, you're going to have to drink it. And they would make me drink it. And if you have bowel movement, you're going to have to eat the feces, which is also what happened to me. And then they would play, there was a programmer that was programming me, a very infamous person in history, who actually has been in this country, and he was known as Dr. Green. Who he actually was Dr. Mengele, from Joseph Mengele, from the concentration camps in Germany, and he was he stayed a lot at China Lake Naval Weapons Station out here in Southern California, in the desert area. And I would be around this man a lot, and he used to tell me that the scar that he had on the left cheek of his face was actually from, he was into fencing, and that it was from that, but actually the scar on his cheek was from one of his own programming techniques, that he would put a child in a box and with a sword, and tell the child to defend the box even if it meant his own death. Then he'd tell another child to break into the box, and which this child would do, and then the other child would then jump out of the box and shove the sword or the lance straight through the other child. And at one point he got into it where this child actually got him in the face with the sword. And he would wear a huge emerald ring on his left hand on this middle finger. And he would twist this emerald around and for programming, and he was into using long-colored ribbons of different colors, and you had to choose a certain ribbon, or you were given a certain ribbon, and that meant that this certain thing was going to happen to you. And it was like picking sticks out, or drawing sticks out of a hand, out of someone's hand. I saw games of Russian roulette played where it was chosen beforehand that a child would die, and the child would put the gun up to his head and pull the trigger, and this child would end up dying. But it was meant to scare all of us, keep us in terror, as there were many other children that were around me that went through the same thing. I have run into people from my childhood that have known me, and I've recognized their names, and even if they change their names and change their hair color, as I have done, they have recognized me, or I have recognized them, and I know their name. They know my name. There isn't any way for this to have happened. It's just beyond coincidence. And when you get older, I mean, they start taking, this programmer in particular, Mengele, would take me to rituals. I went to rituals with him all over this country and in Britain and in France, and it was known by intelligence agencies in this country that this man was here. They brought him here.
Is that Project Paperclip you're talking about?
Yeah. Through the OSS. And my family, or my so-called family, are all DID. They have not. They are very well programmed, and they have not sought help. They have not gone in and tried to figure out what's happened. They believe they've had this certain kind of life that they've had, and as far as they are concerned, I am crazy. And they have much different memories of what I have, and I was always told certain things by my parents that my sisters were never told. And biologically, I have to add at this point that my mother is my mother. I am not biologically related to my father. And this has to do with the bloodlines, and his was considered impure. And this is all about purity of the bloodline. And that is why I am involved in this. There are people that are involved in this that it is not so much because of bloodline, but they have the ability to dissociate and be used as slaves by these people.
You say that you come from a certain bloodline, and there is this obsession with bloodlines that this Brotherhood Illuminati have. Why is that? Because
what first started coming out was about the Aryans, and the purity of the blood. And what it's all about is that the blood and the menstrual blood contains something that is important for the propagation of this race that is controlling things on this planet. And there these people that are in the organization that the Council of 13 is under and they have something called the Grand Druid Council or the Octagon, they're called the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are actually run by these 13 bloodlines, which are all of the royal families in Europe and in England. And they need the blood because they are, in fact, not human. They take human shape. They are reptilians. And they need the blood. The blood helps them maintain their reptilian shape, and it helps them maintain their sanity, and it helps them to live in this world because they are not from this world.
Does that relate to what the Nazis call vril power and what the Hindus call the serpent power in the blood?
Yes, the blood has something. It has something in it. It has secretions from the pituitary gland and from the pineal gland, and it has a very strong drug in it that they also, I mean, this is the one that keeps them from going crazy, and it's like heroin or like endorphins, and it's much stronger. But what they need is, for it to be secreted in the blood, is they need terrorization of their victims before they are killed for their blood, or if a young woman is beginning to menstruate, they need the menstrual blood, and they have to terrorize them to get this to come out in the blood and be secreted in the blood.
Is this the what other people have told me about, that at the point of great terror, like the point of sacrifice, there's an adrenaline that enters the bloodstream? Is this what they're looking for?
Yes, that and this other element comes and secretes out through the blood. This all comes out through the blood at that time, and it's at that point they are actually staring into the eyes of the head of at some of these rituals, or at a reptilian. They are staring into the eyes of this person, and they're held. It's a hypnotic gaze these reptilians have, and it holds the victim in an absolute trance, in a trance of terror, and then they are killed at that moment as they are staring into their eyes. And not only do they can't hold their shape when this happens. The
human shape.
The human shape they cannot hold. They go back into reptilian shape as this is happening, because it's like an animalistic type of excitement of the kill, and they oftentimes they will just rip into the victim and eviscerate them and start eating the flesh of this person too. And the fat from the intestinal area is highly valued, as they use it on their skin. And they will drink the blood, and the blood is highly sought after, and it goes according also to rank within these creatures, as to who gets what when. And their sacrifices have increased in the last, it started increasing in the early 80s. The amount that they were doing is increased, and they use a lot of druidic holidays to do this, but they have other days too they've mixed all of these satanic and what are called satanic holidays and druidic holidays, and in order to have these rituals, which ritual seems to be important to them, but they also use it in order to drink this blood, but they seem to need more.
Have you any idea why it's increased since the 80s?
So there are changes going on in the earth. It seems they're not able to hold their shape like they once were able to, and people see them shapeshift more and more, and they need the blood to try and maintain it, to try and maintain their human form. I believe there's a time coming that because of what I've been told, when they are not going to bother having to hold that human shape as they had to before, and they want that time to come. It's almost upon us.
So when you're talking about the fact that the veil is lifting on these reptilians so that people can see them far more easily and far more often, does this relate in any way to the fact that there is this desire to bring in this rigid structure, including microchipping and many other things, across the year 2000, which has become known as the New World Order? Is that coming in because it is known that the people are going to see what the game is, and there has to be control of the people at that time?
Yes, it's very connected. I started talking about the New World Order back in 1990, and I was very psychologically and physically affected so much by what was coming out. I wasn't watching television. I was not aware that certain individuals in this country, George Bush, were talking about the New World Order. I was talking about it because that is what was coming out, and knowing that the first time that inside of myself that I'd heard it was in conjunction with the Nazis, and that came from Mengele. And I started realizing that there was something going on, and then it scared me, and I didn't really look into it for years, but I was being harassed constantly. I was being told. At one point, I had someone telling me that I was being, and who was ex-Army intelligence, ex-CIA, telling me that I was being monitored by the National Security Agency, and I didn't have the whole story then, so I did not totally understand why this was happening. But yet I was being followed by cars or vans that said G12, G14, and in this last year, which has really been very hard, I've been followed by G41 vans, and I had to find out what those were, and that is naval intelligence. But this whole thing is going towards around the year 2000, and when they are going to establish themselves openly as a New World Order, and it's headed toward that, and that's what everything is being prepared to or prepared for. And I have actually got I've got a sleeping program right now to return, because I've left, but to return for that time, and it's called End Times Programming, or Janus Programming.
And Janus relates back to Nimrod of Babylon.
Yeah, there is a group that used to be in contact with me all the time, and they stopped trying simply because I didn't obey them. They would be in contact with me all the time. They're called Janus, which is also the two-headed Roman god of change, and their headquarters is in Brussels, Belgium, in the NATO building. And they are a group of psychiatrists and doctors who are into mind control. And they are one of the many groups involved with the Illuminati. And they would contact me and tell me, give me directions that I was to psychically kill this person or psychically injure this person or scare this person. They'd give me the location. And I started questioning this, and I had a contact who since has seemed to have disappeared because she couldn't get the funding, and I had called her about this group, and she's the one that was the ex-CIA, ex-Army intelligence person, and she knew about these people, and she said, yes, you're right, this is what is going on.
From your experience, being brought up in this Illuminati environment, were you ever told anything about where these reptilians came from, and what is the history of it all?
I was made to learn through Mothers of Darkness, which is a certain aspect of the organization, because that was an early part of my training, the history of what was the Illuminati on this planet. And what I learned was that the Aryans originally were from Mars, and the reptilians came to that planet they came from another place, they came to that planet, they came to rule, because they wanted to mix, so they said, with that race, and but they became the overlords, and the Martians or Aryans were seeking to escape from it. They went to the moon and then were there attacked, and they then went to Earth and established culture here on Earth approximately 6,000 years ago. And at that point in time, they were doing well, and they were mixing with the indigenous population of this Earth. They were getting along with. And then about 4,000 years ago, the reptilians arrived here and again began to take over. And they instilled themselves in different places underground in the Earth, and also this one part of them, the ruling part, took over and became involved in the politics and in the religion, and started controlling through these means at that point in time, and using the gods and deities that were believed in on this planet, started infiltrating into that and becoming that, and things started, blood rituals started happening, and since that time, that is the way that it has been. And presently, they claim to come from a Merovingian bloodline. They are all of there are 13 bloodlines in Europe that all of what are called royalty are developed from or come from, and they include the Aryans in this, and there's been a big push in this century. For example, when Nazis came into power, the fascists, talking about the purity of being pure and staying, the Aryan bloodline staying pure, and what it actually is all about is keeping the blue-eyed, blonde or light red-haired people, the bloodlines pure, because it is more powerful. And what is in that blood for these reptilians is more powerful, and they need that. And when you start mixing it with people that were indigenous to this earth, then it is not as powerful. It has nothing to do with someone, skin color or nationality. It has to do with keeping the bloodline pure for their use.
So blonde-haired, blue-eyed people are the purest from the reptilians' point of view, and that they want to keep that bloodline pure because of how they need to use it.
Yes. When I realized that it had to do with blonde hair and blue eyes, I could not do anything about my eyes, and I am not able to wear contacts or I would have brown eyes. But one thing I did do was cut my hair off, because that was part of the rank I was. My hair was down to my knees, and I colored my hair darker. And there were times when after I did cut it off, they had gotten to me, and so the hair would be light red. But that is being in compliance with them. And I did not want to be in compliance to them. I want to expose them, and this is part of it. And I won't be what they want me to be.
When you look at some of the ancient accounts, like the Sumerian texts and many other accounts, they talk about the gods interbreeding with humanity. Is this relevant to the reptilian way of infiltrating the human race?
Yes, it is, because human beings all through the ages have accepted God's interbreeding or being accepted as humans, and that shows in Christianity, it shows in Judaism. It also, they have used Egyptology, or the Egyptian religions, a lot, and the present head of the Illuminati compares himself a lot with the Egyptian god Osiris and Horus, which is Osiris reborn, and also with the Arthurian legends of the Round Table. And he has a name, the name that he carries from that is Pindar, which actually means phallus of the dragon. And the other name, Osiris, he has carried because he takes the name at this time, the Marquis de Libero, which means the liberator of or from the waters. And the story of Osiris is that he was cut into 14 pieces and thrown into the River Nile, and the one piece, Isis found the pieces and put them back together again, and she could not find the 15th piece, which happened to be the phallus, so a gold phallus was made. And this is very important in this group in the Illuminati. This is important, and it's important to think that about the head of the Illuminati, because what comes from a golden phallus would be a superior seed for a race, and this is how this is what they are doing with all of these bloodlines to keep the bloodlines going, are impregnating Aryan people of Aryan blood that hold high stations with them, impregnating them with this seed of Pendar. And therefore it's important to keep this history in mind and the names in mind that he is going by at this time.
So would it be correct to say that the reptilians came to this planet because the Aryan Martians came to this planet, and had the Aryan Martians gone somewhere else, they'd have followed them there?
They would have pursued them all over the universe, yes.
Can we now go into some specifics about your own experiences? What were you brought up to do? You say that you were identified as a bloodline before you were born. What was the role that you were brought through to play?
The role that I was brought through to play was, as in the Illuminati, was as a goddess. Specifically, the address is Mother Goddess, Starfire. And the Starfire goes back to the blood in the menstrual blood, what is contained in that. And the address, the way that I was addressed, was Mother Goddess. There are only 3 Mother Goddesses. There can only be 3 at a time on this planet, and there is a male equivalent of which there can be only 3 of them.
Why mind control someone to conduct these rituals, like yourself? Why don't these reptilians just conduct their own rituals?
They don't seem to have the psychic abilities, and they look for people that have that, and people in the bloodline that have that. And I've had that. I've had a tremendous amount of psychic ability, and so I was picked and bred from before birth, and this is also something that other survivors that have been in high positions have known about me and told me.
What's the connection then between you having psychic abilities, those being recognized from the start, and you being brought through to conduct their major rituals?
Well, it's kind of twofold. First of all, they needed the psychic abilities because they control or attempt to control events, because I would have the ability to foretell what was going to happen, and they needed the information to just try to control it to an outcome that was good for them. The second thing is that during the rituals, you had to have psychic ability. You have to be very powerful in that way to call out the old ones that are also reptilian, that come from another dimension. They actually they materialize from out of another dimension and are present at rituals, and they are so powerful, and their presence is there's such an evilness about them, and they want out of this other dimension, and they can't. They have to be called out by someone who has that power, and the reptilians don't have this power. That's very important, that they don't have this power to call out these old ones that have to do with them. And
what is it that humans have that the reptilians don't have, that means they don't have the power to connect interdimensionally, and some humans do?
We have the ability to foresee, to be able to become vibrationally higher, and see into those levels, go into those levels, and in fact, agencies use this. They call it remote viewing. Humans have the ability to go into the past, to go into the future, to go to other places, to astrally leave their body, astrally, and to see things that we've always had this ability, and it's like having the third eye, which they don't have. They don't have this ability. So during ritual, these old ones are called out, and they are what Christianity would have called the demons. They are called out, and there is a circle that has a hexagon in there, which is a powerful occultic symbol, and then there is a pentagram, and then there, in the middle of that, there is a triangle, and if you're the one calling them out, then you stand in the triangle so that you're not devoured or taken by these creatures that come out.
That creates an energy field around you which they can't penetrate.
They can't penetrate it, and they cannot get outside the pentagram. And they want out. They're always demanding to be let out. And so you have to be very powerful to keep them in line and to make them go back when it is time for them to go back.
Why do the reptilians want to manifest these quote, demons at the rituals?
It brings power to the rituals. It brings power to them. They are told things by these entities, and they are encouraged to go on with what they're doing, and knowledge is imparted to them through these entities. But it takes a person with the ability to bring them out and make them answer, because they don't want to cooperate. They have to cooperate when the right person has control over them.
And that's to do with that person's energy and ability to use
Right,
energy.
yes.
You talked about the Aryan race coming from Mars. One expression of it seems to be very clearly what we call the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians had two deities, St. George, which became a British deity, who defeated the dragon, which seems incredibly symbolic, and also St. Michael, who, according to the legend, banished Satan, or this negative force, into the abyss. Is this symbolism of the abyss anything to do with the fact that these reptilian demons of another dimension are somehow locked in a time-space prison, and they can't get out, and they can only get out when they're brought out in that way?
Yes, they want out of that dimension. They have been thrown into that dimension, and they can't leave that dimension. And that's actually what the abyss is about, is being in a different dimension. It's like something to do with the fourth dimension. And before I even knew, for example, what I was saying, or I realized what I was saying, I would be saying things to my therapist and other survivors that the fourth dimension was a dimension to stay away from. Not at that time understanding the whole thing.
Why do these rituals take place at certain key times of the year, and so often are related to the phases of the moon?
Because the moon has an influence on this planet, and also the sun. These also take place during different things that go on with the sun, but the moon it's kind of a really very cyclical thing with the moon. It takes place on full moons, new moons. It has to do with the current religion, or that they're using, the Druid religion that they've taken and used. They still hold on to the Egyptology type of religion. They hold on to the Druidism, though, and they're currently calling themselves Druidic or Druid. And Druidism is tied in with the cycles of the moon, on which it has to do with planting, sowing, and harvesting. And there are so many days that they can use from this to their own purpose and their own end, that they bring it about. There's a lot of ritualization with Druidism, and they love ritualization.
So take us through one of these rituals that you conducted at the highest level of this global brotherhood. What would happen?
There were people that were bred from birth. They were bred to be ritual sacrifices. I have a problem with what they is said a lot today, especially by the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, that how could all of these people disappear, or how could all these babies be born? I worked with a nurse midwife. We did home births, and it's very easy not to register a child when it's born. And then they have these children that they're kidnapping and bringing in from other countries, and no one misses them because these are third world countries. And children are they have the most energy, the purest energy, they're the highest form of sacrifice. And they will terrorize these children and mind control these children. And in rituals, by the time they're brought into rituals, they may be drugged, or they may not be drugged, or they may be in an altered state because of the mind control. And they are used as actual blood sacrifices during these rituals because of, again, reptilians needing their blood. And they will take various organs from the sacrifices depending on what date the ritual may, what the ritual may be associated with on that date. But they will also slit the throat from the left ear to the right ear, and the blood will be gathered in a goblet, and it will be dispersed among the reptilians, and dispersed among, also after that, among people that have been participating in these rituals and seem to have it, even though they seem to be dissociated. Mostly these people seem to be cognizant of what they are doing.
Are these rituals rare? I mean, how many are there that, say, go on a year? I mean, we talking hundreds or thousands?
There are things happening every month of the year. There is not a month in this 12-month system that something is not happening. And it's more than one. I mean, it's every full moon. It's, and then the very important rituals are the summer solstice and the winter solstice, and then there is the vernal equinox and the fall equinox. And there is Samhain, and there is Beltane, there is Imbolc in February, there is Lughnasadh, which is in the beginning of August. There's a whole week leading up to Beltane, and also leading up to Samhain, that's called Grand Climax.
So May the 1st is Beltane.
May the 1st is Beltane.
Halloween, particularly in America, has become like a mini Christmas, almost like a holiday of celebration with a trick and treat and all this other stuff. But what actually happens outside the public arena that night of Halloween and into November the 1st?
Away from the public arena, there's a ritual that's taking place in 6 different locations in this country for all of the councils of 13 in the area that I'm in. It is the East Side Christian Church on 7th and Temple Street in Long Beach. And it is for the High Council of 13. And in this country on that night, it is a satanic ritual. It's actually, there are 3 nights in a row at that church. The first night is Halloween.
What happens on the night of Halloween?
That night is about the worship and homage to Satan. And that is what a lot of people in this country know the devil to be. This is about the devil, Satan. And Christianity talks constantly. I mean, I believe they created Christianity to be what it is. And so they also have created this Satan. And so they control in that way. And on that night, there's a lot of bloodshed, and there are sacrifices made to Satan. There is a person who plays the part of this in this high council that has to do with this high council. He's not on the high council, but he has to do with playing the part of Satan. He is a televangelist on TBN. He used to be, he filled in for a little while as a lead singer on Iron Butterfly many years ago, and he has long blonde hair.
What's his name?
At this point, I don't recall his name, and it just, I recognize his face. I saw it recently on TBN, and then this is his cover, or he is DID, and he plays this part, the great deceiver Satan, on that night, on Halloween, at this church. And that is what happens on Halloween. And I mean, what else I must say, what is going on with Halloween in this country? It's just becoming so popular. It is also to desensitize people to the whole thing, and even this backlash Christian movement that wants to call it the Harvest Festival. It does not realize that the Harvest Festival has to do with Druidic religion. And again, they are still doing the same thing and celebrating the Harvest Festival. That's what the Harvest Festival is about.
Are many of the so-called Christian rituals, because that's what they are, or festivals or ceremonies, are they actually, to most Christians, unknowing representations of these satanic rituals?
Yes, they are. If one, for example, Christmas has to do with it's a time, it comes right after the winter solstice, which is a satanic or a Druidic celebration. It has to do, there's a day in there called that day which is not a day. It has to do with the killing of the old king and the birth of the new king, which is a Druidic day. On the 24th or the 25th at midnight, there is a ceremony that's specifically for children, and it's called the last bulb on the tree.
Where does that come from?
That is something that's used with children. It's part of programming them into the whole thing. And there were things that would happen to the child that hung the last bulb on the tree on Christmas Eve, as it was a common practice to decorate the tree on Christmas Eve, and the tree in itself is a phallic symbol, and it's paganistic. Christmas is based on a pagan day, and back to Roman times, and Christians have given it, they think they have given it Christian meaning, and it means something else, and it does not. But there is the case that with the last bulb on the tree that has something to do with what happened to this little girl, JonBenet.
JonBenet Ramsey.
Yes, JonBenet Ramsey. And this occurred on this night because of the day it has to do with. It comes right after the winter solstice, which is a satanic or a Druidic celebration. It has to do, there's a day in there called that day which is not a day. It has to do with the killing of the old king and the birth of the new king, which is a Druidic day. On the 24th or the 25th at midnight, there is a ceremony that's specifically for children, and it's called the last bulb on the tree.
Where does that come from?
That is something that's used with children. It's part of programming them into the whole thing. And there were things that would happen to the child that hung the last bulb on the tree on Christmas Eve, as it was a common practice to decorate the tree on Christmas Eve, and the tree in itself is a phallic symbol, and it's paganistic. Christmas is based on pagan day, and back to Roman times, and Christians have given it, they think they have given it Christian meaning, and it means something else, and it does not. But there is the case with the last bulb on the tree that has something to do with what happened to this little girl, JonBenet.
JonBenet Ramsey.
Yes, JonBenet Ramsey. And this occurred on this night because of the day it has to do with, and the ceremony that it has to do with. And there were rituals done on that night to these little children. So that is totally tied into it.
I have heard that JonBenet's name is relevant to the rituals. Do you know anything about that?
John Bay. John Bay is a satanic deity, or Satan. John Bay is a name for Satan. And that name is just closely tied in, and it's so close, and I don't understand why it hasn't come out, and that I know of, it hasn't been talked about. But that is why she was killed on the day that she was killed, and her family, as far as I'm concerned, her family is involved in this, and that there's always a price to be involved in it. She was the price. This little girl lost her life.
Can we talk about some of the famous names that people around the world would know who, in your experience, have taken part in these rituals that you've conducted? You say you've conducted them in Europe and the United States. Can we start with the United States?
Yes, I have seen at rituals, I have seen George Bush, I have seen Madeleine Albright, I have seen Henry Kissinger, I have seen Ronald Reagan, and I have also, by the way, seen his wife, Nancy Reagan. I have seen Hillary Clinton before I knew she was Hillary Clinton. At the time, at these rituals, she is involved. The other people that I have named I have seen shapeshift into reptilians. I have not seen Hillary Clinton actually shapeshift, but she is involved. I have seen the two sons when they were young, the two sons of George Bush present at these rituals.
Are these the sons that have become governors?
Yes, one is in Florida and one is in Texas. I have seen, did I mention J. Rockefeller? And he shapeshifts. I've seen George Deukmejian and Ronald Reagan again, having been governor in California. There have been people such as Newt Gingrich I saw, and I didn't know at the time that he was Newt Gingrich. I recognized that he was Newt Gingrich when Clinton came into power, and after he was, Newt Gingrich was then elected Speaker of the House. And I was horrified to realize that this man was also there. All of this has affected me to the point I don't vote. All of these people seem to all be connected to the Illuminati, and I don't feel like being part of having anything to do with them.
Presidents like Carter and Ford and Clinton. And,
I've seen Ford there.
Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford, yes.
Are they all reptilian bloodlines?
I haven't seen Carter shapeshift.
You've seen him at rituals, have you?
Yes. Gerald Ford, I have seen shapeshift. And Johnson, also.
Lyndon Johnson.
Lyndon Johnson. Also, Dr. Joseph Mengele, who took me around to these rituals a lot of the time, was also a shapeshifter. And there were also people that there are people in the European countries that I've seen shapeshift and be involved. And this it doesn't surprise me any more than it does the people in this country doing it. Is just for some reason more shocking, and it cuts even deeper. Because I've seen the Queen Mother there, and I have seen the Queen there. I've seen Princess Margaret there. I've seen Charles there, and they shapeshift. And I have seen this. I'm not coming up with his name right now, but he was president in France after de Gaulle. He was there. I've seen him there. I've seen the Rothschilds there. I used to see the Rothschild that lived in England there, but the one that still goes there and is a shapeshifter, Guy de Rothschild, Baron Guy de Rothschild, has been to all of these rituals and has been over in this country under the name of Dr. Barrington and tried to program me, and has impregnated me several times with eggs that were taken from me years ago and were impregnated with semen from Pindar and then placed back into my uterus. This has happened to me twice, once at age 39 and this year right before I turned 43. And I had told my therapist ahead of time, before I ever could have known that this had been done to me. And it's happened at a certain place in where I have been living in the San Fernando Valley. It's happened at a house on Tyrone Street in Sherman Oaks. And my understanding is that there have been other survivors that have talked about this location as having been involved with programming and so on. And Baron Guy de Rothschild has tried to program me. All these years he has been trying to control me, get me back under control. And the Marquis de Libero is someone else that attends all of these functions and is, since he is the one in power, he attends all these functions. I have seen Tony Blair there, and he shapeshifts. I have seen Prince Philip there. They all have their quirks as to how they act, even in their reptilian form. And they all, I mean, they act, they don't act all like robots, but they have their quirks, they have their so-called personalities, but they are all cold-blooded. They would kill at the drop of a hat. I have even, since I've seen a picture of some people on that are talking about this subject, I've seen them, when I've seen their pictures, I've recognized them. I did a double take a few weeks ago when I saw again someone who's been talking about around this subject, and it seems to be popular right now.
Who's that?
This man by the last name of Sitchin. I've seen at rituals, and he is a shapeshifter. And I did a double take when I saw the picture of him, because I recognize him. And there's another person that I've seen, this Gardner, Sir Gardner.
That Lawrence Gardner?
Sir Lawrence Gardner. And he had recently written an article that was out in Nexus magazine. Part of it was about the minstrel blood, and what really triggered me was when he called it Starfire, because that is the name of one of the aspects of the three women who are the dressed mother goddess. That is my name in all of this. So this man, I have seen, he has lots of power within this sect, reptilians, and he's someone that you would want to watch out for outside of this too, as is this Sitchin person.
What do you remember about Zachary Sitchin?
Zachary Sitchin was someone in the rituals attending the rituals who was not a major player in as far as the rituals went, but was someone that others present did not make remarks at, or were very careful as to what they said around him. And he was talking about, he would be talking about doing away with people, persons that were in his way, or were putting out information that he didn't feel that he wanted put out. He is very much a disinformer, and that is his job, to disinform about what is going on with the Illuminati and with the reptilians.
He actually warned me off from investigating the reptilians, interestingly. Where do the rituals take place that you've been involved in, involving the British royal family?
Glamis Castle, Stonehenge, Balmoral Castle. I have reason to believe there's a church, and I think it may be Westminster Abbey. And there is a Mothers of Darkness castle or chateau in Brussels, Belgium. They've been there too. And also in France, the Marquis de Libero-Pindar has a castle in the Alsace-Lorraine region of France, and I believe it's in the Alsace region that he uses, and there are certain rituals done at that castle down in the dungeon part of that castle, and there's an entrance down there to underground places in the earth, and there is a natural formation of rocks that kind of glow green, and they keep menstrual blood in that formation, and this green glowing from these rocks actually turns the blood a darker color, and it's called black blood, and it's used in certain rituals. But there are also, they keep small, there are smaller, less developed little reptilians that are kept down there. They're kind of pets. But one other thing that's also down there, there are eggs. It's like a nest of eggs kept down in that part where it's warm. It's very warm down there into this entrance, and these eggs are kept down there incubating, and they are the reptiles' eggs, and that's where they keep them.
What are your memories of conducting the rituals for the royal family? What happened? What were they doing?
One thing that sticks out in my mind is that there was before. This was back in the late 70s. This was before Charles was married to Diana. He was involved with Kamala Parker Bowles, and she does not shapeshift, but she became pregnant by Charles, and she produced a baby, and this baby was presented at the ritual and killed, and that is the price, the firstborn between these two, and eventually these two will marry, and that is the price that is to be paid, the sacrifice of the firstborn between a union of these two people. And I've seen that there. Something else that sticks out in my mind is that it was around the late 80s that I saw a very kind of dark man he was Arabic. It seemed to be Arabic or Egyptian, and I heard the name Fayed being mentioned, and the Queen Mother was there, and I called her the Black Queen, and she and he were talking very seriously and at some length about a subject. They were mentioning Diana, and they were mentioning his son Dodi. And at the time, I didn't know who Dodi was. I knew who Diana was. I never saw her at any rituals.
Where did this conversation take place?
This took place at Balmoral Castle. And I heard them talking about a marriage between these two, and I thought at the time, well, she's married to Charles. How can there be a marriage? She's married to Charles. I didn't understand why the Queen Mother and this person that I now know to be Dodi Fayed's, because I heard Fayed, Muhammad al-Fayed, talking, and I'd seen them together at, I saw them at Balmoral Castle. I overheard the conversation at Balmoral, but I'd seen them also at Mothers of Darkness Chateau in Brussels, and they were talking about a union between Diana and his son Dodi back in the late 80s, and I did not understand at that time, because I understood Diana to be married to Charles. I knew that she was married to Charles, and they had 2 children, and they were about to have another. And the Queen Mother, all I could pick up was that for some reason that there was a malevolence towards Diana. And Diana I had never seen at a ritual. I wondered what she knew about all of this.
What have you seen the royal family do, the Queen Mother, and the other people you've seen in the rituals? What have you seen them do?
I've seen all of them drink human blood and consume human flesh, and they have their own goblets in which they have blood, and these goblets are encrusted with jewels. And they also have their own daggers, and that the dagger goes into the goblet, and they stir the blood around with it, and it's also a what it is, it's a symbol of the phallus going into the vagina when they're doing this. And I've seen them do this, and some of them have, even like the Queen Mother I saw with, she had her own little, it would, like, almost, it's between a very elaborate ornate chair or a throne kind of thing brought in for her to sit. And because before these rituals actually start, there is a kind of people move around the room and talk, or recognize one another. It's a formal kind of a ritualistic setup, the way they talk and the way they're introduced. They introduce each other. It's like a court.
What are they wearing?
They're wearing robes. They're not wearing anything underneath the robes, and the robes are very ornate. They all have, the one thing in common they have is they have a red color like blood, and some of them have purple, and they have gold kinds of lines running through them. They have the Merovingian symbol of France, the fleur-de-lis, and there are jewels that are sewn in at certain points on these robes, and they wear these robes, but they don't wear anything underneath the robes, because what is going to happen, what the rituals are all about, they're going to shapeshift, and they can't have anything on under the robes. And there are orgy kind of things that go on at the rituals also. And
involving the royal family of Britain.
yes, involving the royal family of Britain, and
People in Britain, listening to what you're saying, would obviously be staggered, I guess, anywhere in the world. But what would stagger them mostly is, in Britain, the Queen Mother has an image of being the nation's grandmother. The nice old lady, and good old Queen Mum, what a lovely lady. What's your experience of the Queen Mother?
she is very cold in reality, and she is very cruel, and she is very different than she comes across to the public. She's cold-blooded. If she feels that you are someone beneath her, even in the Illuminati, that you're at her equal or your station is above her, she will not speak to you, she will not recognize you. She obviously, from what I see, enjoys consuming human flesh. It's sickening. The one person that she seems to be afraid of is Pindar.
People would also look at the Queen Mother's elderly, frail stature and find it very difficult to see her taking part in rituals and doing anything, if you like, active. Do they go into a different state in terms of age and strength and all these other attributes when they actually shapeshift?
Yes, the human body that they choose to occupy or take when it was young, it ages, but when they take the reptilian form, these reptilians live hundreds of years, and so they have to have taken more than one human body to live in. A lot of them are much, much older, and I'm including the Queen Mother in this, older than people think that she is. She's been in more than one body, human form. And when the time comes, if it is time for her to go on, it has been chosen that she still has, it's known that she still has life or years to go, again, she will be put into the body, the essence of her, and the reptilian form will go, or the essence of her will go into another body that is also has the ability to shapeshift into reptilian form.
One of the pure reptilian human bloodlines.
Yes.
What happens when, take the Queen Mother as an example, what happens when they shapeshift? I mean, what do you see?
You start to see changes happen, and they're happening so fast that it's almost, it's the closest thing that I've seen to it is what they're now doing with computer technology. It's just a literal transformation that happens very quickly, and they get taller and they get bigger, and they don't look at all as reptilians like they do as humans, and thus the wearing of the robes, because if they were in clothes, the clothes would be torn apart.
So let's take the Queen Mother on this subject as an example. We recognize her as a frail old lady. What does she look like when she shapeshifts at these rituals?
She has, she looks like, the nose portion gets very much longer, and it grows into kind of a snout kind of thing. She has little fangs, and incisors as teeth, and there's a tongue. And they all seem to have this kind of tongue when they're at this level. The tongue has a lot of long, hairy or pointed projections coming out of it. It's very long. And they have these, they don't have hands or feet, they have these claws. And they have scales, and also scales that seem to kind of disappear into one another, but it's more pronounced on the back. There seem to be lumps or protrusions coming from the head. There seem to be some kind of growth appendages at where, on the back, and they seem folded, and not all of them have that. And there is a tail, and they a lot of times will keep the tail curled, and and I've seen her when she's very displeased with something, as I've seen other members like this. This tail is whipped around, very agitated, and they do, and she hisses.
What color are they?
Which one in particular?
Take the Queen Mother as an example.
She's kind of a beige color on the underside, and by the time you're going up around to the back and the tail and the top of the head and on top of the nose, snout, whatever, it's coming to a very, they're dark speckles or large speckles of dark browns. And the eyes, usually, they're large, they look like, they're very round, and they look like they're coming out of their sockets, and very protruding, and usually the color ranges from a beige to a gold to a dark greenish gold, and then there's this dark slit up and down, a vertical slit, and and the eyes will look hooded, and when they look hooded, it's a very frightening thing, because it seems that when the eyes are hooded, they're about to do something.
What do you mean by hooded?
The lids come down, and it's almost, I guess it would be the same thing in a human as an expression of that someone's got an idea.
And how tall are they when they shapeshift?
They're just about 7 feet tall. Some are a little shorter, or to a foot shorter. Some are a little bit taller than 7 feet.
So what would the Queen and Prince Charles look like in their reptilian form?
As to height?
As to general appearance?
Charles resembles in both ways, in human form and in reptilian. He resembles Pindar. He's shorter, though, in reptilian form than Pindar, but the way that the reptilian the nose shapes into the snout at that point, and the jaw becomes the under part. It's very much like Pindar, and his mother doesn't look quite the same as he does.
But what does the Queen look like?
The Queen, she's darker, not quite so pale. She's darker. All over, she doesn't have the amount of I would call it freckling. It's more like a gradual, like the skin is gradually getting darker. It's more smooth. And she does have the lumps up around her head and down the tail, the spine. Charles has the tails down around the spine, and funny enough, he has the protrusions from the skull in the reptilian form, where about or above, right above where it seems like his ears would have been.
What is it about the rituals that allow the shape-shifting to happen?
When the victims are starting to be sacrificed, it's the scent of the blood, and they start shape-shifting at that point in time, and they can hardly wait to get to the blood. It's like they're addicted to the blood, and then the consumption of human flesh that follows.
What have you seen the Queen or any of the royal family do in relation to that? Have you seen them sacrifice and consume human flesh?
There are certain times when they will actually do a sacrifice, or there will have been someone doing a sacrifice, and it's not happening fast enough for them. So they will step in and finish it themselves, because the sacrifice the ritual has to be gone through. It's sacrificially, ritualistically, it has to have been gone through, and they will step right in and just start tearing the throat out, and they're getting all this blood from the jugular vein at the same time, and that has happened when there are many there that are going to be sacrificed, and they just can't wait, and tearing into the contents of the abdomen and stomach of a victim afterwards.
Who have you seen do that?
I've seen the Queen Mother do that, and Prince Philip and Charles. I've seen Guy de Rothschild do this. It seems that I've seen it more among royalty, or so-called royalty, do this than people that are not titled. They don't seem to. They seem like it feels like they don't dare, but they shape-shift nonetheless. But it's like the royals that step in and just start tearing away as they can hardly wait.
How long can they hold the reptilian form in these occasions?
During the rituals, it's much easier for them to hold their reptilian form. They can stay in that form. What it is that they have a hard time holding their human form. And as long as they're around blood and the scent of blood, they can't hold human form.
Right. Where do you think the story of Diana fits into all this, in terms of the ritual that you know about? the royal family background that you know about? What was all that about? What happened in Paris?
Diana was a ritual sacrifice because she's named after a goddess, Diana. She was chosen from before birth for the purpose of which she served. I understand and very well and am very empathetic towards Diana because in a way it parallels what happened to me, to have served your purpose, had 2 children, and then be tossed aside. And to her horror, though, she obviously never attending a ritual, she knew something was happening, and she knew what was going on and could not be trusted to be at a ritual anyways. I don't think that Diana would have attended a ritual. I don't think that they could get her to cooperate in this because she actually saw for herself that this was going on after she married Charles.
Was there any way, when Diana was married to Charles, without attending a blood ritual, that she could have seen him or one of the others become a reptile?
They have a tendency when they're asleep to shapeshift, and not. They have to consciously hold their form, and when they're asleep, they have a tendency to not hold human form and to shapeshift into reptilians, and there could be other things that happen. You know, I'm thinking about the times that Diana would have gone through a menstrual period. Well, that would have also really triggered some of these people in the royal family that are reptilian around her to want to shapeshift, or any woman, any human woman in that household that would be having a period, that scent of blood would tend to cause a momentary shapeshift.
What was the whole, what appears to be a ceremony surrounding her assassination? What was that about? The rumors that she was pregnant, the Egyptian Dodi Fayed, and the place where it all happened, which is an ancient sacrificial site to the goddess Diana. How does all that fit together in the rituals that you know about?
Okay, the crown aspect of the goddess is Hecate, and the day of Hecate is on August 13th. And what is very prevalent in this with the Illuminati and what they've done with the Druidism and other and Egypt, the Egyptian religions, is they like to mirror the numbers. And so as like, for example, with the goddess Isis, her number is 18. When you mirror it, it's 81, and that is the number of the sister of Isis, Nephthys. And Nephthys was considered the evil sister to Isis. With Hecate, what I think happened here is that she was sacrificed, and it was a very important sacrifice because 3 people died, and it was a picture of the triad of Isis, Osiris, and Horus to them. Horus being the unborn child of Dodi Fayed that Diana carried and was 3 months old, which is another very important fact, a number that's important to them, to be 3 months old. Sacrificial babies are taken in utero at 3, 5, and 7 months. And when I heard about this was a deal that I understood now had gone down. And she had to die in that tunnel because that tunnel's the passageway for Diana, the goddess. And she died at the 13th pillar again because of Hecate. And she died on the 31st because it's the mirror image of 13. And my understanding of what I get inside of me, and because I was told by Baron Guy de Rothschild last beginning of February when he was in this country and he was there to try and reprogram me again and impregnate me, was that he was in the tunnel that night. He had to be there because not only was it a ritual death of Diana, this was also about taking her soul. And he was taking the soul of Diana, which no one else there could do. Whoever was present there could not do it. He could do it. And he was in France.
This is the hypnotic stare you talk about.
Yes. And drawing in the breath. And he had to be there to do this ritual killing, this ritual murder.
This would mean that the ambulance team and a doctor that arrived within a minute of the crash coming the other way must have been in on this whole deal, or at least the people in charge of the ambulance team. From your experience of the kind of people involved in this Illuminati satanic network, do you think that's possible, that they could set that up?
Yes, I do. I've seen a lot of things set up that if you did not know, if you weren't in on the so-called inner circle, or know what the Illuminati can do because they depend on people not believing they're really there, you would not, you would have a hard time believing it. That this has been such a secretive group and worked in such insidious ways to infiltrate and control. And there are so many unanswered questions they don't seem to be able to answer about Diana that keep coming up in spite of all the reports that come out, because there are people that don't believe what they're hearing.
What would have been the purpose of creating such a clear and definite ritual in the assassination of Diana? What would be the purpose of that when they could have killed her in another way?
Because it had to be done as a ritual, because they were going to take her soul. And it had to happen in the tunnel. It had to happen that way. It had to happen in that year. And this is all, there's all a timeline to all of this.
There's been many rumors that she was pregnant, but as I understand it, one of her friends says that that was not possible because she knew that very shortly before she'd had a menstrual period. Is it possible to be pregnant and for that to still happen?
Yes, it is. This happened to me. I was impregnated with one of my own fertilized egg that was fertilized by the sperm of Pindar, and he sent Guy de Rothschild to impregnate me in this manner, and I was impregnated in October of '94. I had periods up until February when it was discovered, and they seemed normal, not light. And I then was, since I had the background of a nurse, and had worked with a nurse midwife delivering babies, I was, for some reason, it occurred to me to check my stomach, my abdomen, and I realized that I was pregnant, and so I ended up seeing a doctor who told me, I mean, he verified, you're pregnant. He did it with blood test, with the urine test, and ultrasound exam, and if I don't do an abortion on you tomorrow, you're going to have to go through a different type of abortion, which probably would have been a saline abortion. And I knew what I was pregnant with by that time. And so I was terrified to go through with it, and I could not go through with it, knowing what I knew. And so I had the abortion, but I had periods the whole time.
You were impregnated at the point that it happened without you having any knowledge of it.
No, I did not.
Is it possible that that happened to Diana if she was, as the evidence that I've looked at suggests, also mind-controlled and a multiple from the early part of her life?
That is definitely more than a probability. The thing about being multiple or dissociative identity disorder is that the host person doesn't know that they are, but they have missing time, but then they have amnesia for the missing time. They don't realize they're missing time. They don't realize things are happening to them. They show up, you know, pregnant. They show up with marks on their bodies. They don't know, well, I think I must have bumped myself, and that's not actually how it happened. Or they have needle marks on their body when they've been gotten a hold of and drugged. And it's only when they start to realize something's not right and they try and make a timeline and try and account for their time, they realize there's so much they can't account for that they simply took for granted. Oh, I was out shopping, or I was at this person's house, or I was over there. Then they realize they don't have a timeline for any of these things.
Do you think that Diana's two children were Prince Charles's children?
I do not believe that William is, I've heard that he was Charles's son. I've heard about someone else, and I believe that it was neither. I believe that this child of Prince William is the son of Pindar, and she was impregnated and she did not realize that.
When you look at the ritual nature of all that, you've got Osiris, it would seem, symbolized by dirty fire. You've got Isis, symbolized by Diana. Presumably the baby, quite obviously, symbolizes Horus in Egyptian legend and ritual. Why create that in a tunnel in Paris at that time? What was it designed to do, to symbolize or whatever?
It's to symbolize, it's part of symbolizing getting ready, getting the world ready to recognize the Horus that is about to come upon us in the year 2000, as year 2000 is the age of Horus and Osiris reborn. And there's a sacrifice involved. And the sacrifice is the mother, and the sacrifice is this child. And yet it involves another child who yet lives by the same mother. And
You're talking about William?
yes, I am talking about William.
What would have happened to Diana in your experience of the ritual and what would have happened to the unborn child after the events in the tunnel in Paris?
That Diana left the tunnel dead. She didn't leave that tunnel alive. That ritual, she had to die in that tunnel, and they had to take her soul in that tunnel, and they had to take the soul or developing essence of the unborn child, and in the hospital it follows logically, according to what I know about what they do, that they would have taken the uterus and the fetus from Diana, that would have been taken, and as a ritual that would have been taken, and they would have removed other body parts.
And done what?
Distributed them for high Illuminati members to consume, because this is a ritual sacrifice.
Some strange things happened after that. Strange things happened all the way through it. But suddenly the decision was made that she would not be buried in the local church where she wanted to be buried, but on an island among the trees in a lake at Althorpe Park. And Earl Spencer, her brother, claims through a dream he was inspired to put 4 black swans on the lake. Therefore, from your, again, knowledge of the ritual, what does all that mean? Why do that?
Because 4 black swans have to do with 4 directions, 4 seasons. They have to do with sealing something for all eternity. To have 4 of something black like that swan's figure in Celtic mythology, quite a bit in the Druid mythology, and black is the color of Hecate, and also one of the goddess aspects, the 3 goddess aspects that they have, the name is Black Flame or Black Star, and Black Flame means unto death, and so therefore the color black, and somewhere in there would be a flame.
The decisions after her death to put her on an island among the trees in a lake and the 4 black swans were all, at least on the surface, taken by her brother Earl Spencer. Have you any experience of him?
Earl Spencer I have seen at rituals. He's definitely tied into it. Her family has been part of this. She has this bloodline. I have not seen him shapeshift, but he's tied into it.
You've seen him at rituals in
Yes,
which
I have.
sacrifices took place?
Yes, I have.
What about her father? Any knowledge of him?
Her father was present at rituals. Her father would have been involved way before Diana was born. For her to have been involved and watch her actions after she was married, cutting herself, being anorexic, being bulimic, just these are so indicative of someone who has been involved in mind control, has been hurt, has been forced to follow mind programming. That this would have started when she was a little child, and her father would have been involved.
So if they got her into this mind control stream from birth, presumably they would have been able to shape events right from that point to the 13th pillar.
Yes. Yeah, they would have, when somebody becomes what we call multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. There are many programs that are induced, that can be induced at any point. I mean, you've got the machinery in place when they're a very small child, and as they're grown, they can install programs at any point and have different parts hold these programs, and they can be made to do just about anything. They're taught things such as red light is a green light, go through the light. They drive faster than they realize they're driving. They are able to memorize or see, just glance at something and right away just pick what the point is that they're going after for some reason, or they can memorize phone numbers in just a glance.
The car hit the 13th pillar, driven by Henri Paul, who was missing for 3 hours that night, a man who's been connected to both British and French intelligence. Given the obsession with the number 13, it seems beyond coincidence that with all those pillars in the tunnel, it hit the 13th. Is it possible to mind control someone like Henri Paul so that at speed they could pick out the 13th tunnel, the 13th pillar?
Yes, yes, it is. He also, it's very, very possible that he was drugged and programmed in the time he was missing. It's possible for him to have taken medication but not have it affect him at all.
Does that include alcohol?
Alcohol also, yeah. And then maybe later or not, it would affect him, depending on if that's what the program was for it to affect him. But it might not affect someone at all. I've been through this myself, so I know this to be true. And
what happened to you in this instance?
It was a very bad time in my life. The one time in particular I'm speaking of, where my then husband told me that he wanted a divorce, and I took approximately 8. I don't remember what the dosage was, but 8 Xanax pills in front of him, and I drove from where I lived in Orange County to the Norwalk area and went to see my therapist, who was holding some groups in this area, and I did not feel the effects of the pills at all when I drove to see him. I did not feel the effects of the pills at all when I left there an hour and a half later. And I had no car accidents. I was not stopped. My driving skills were very good. And I've seen this happen with other people that have had the mind control programming and this DID, and you just swallow up medication and one part holds on to it and it does not affect the body.
So if you're in a compartment that is not connected to taking the pills, you're not affected by it. But if you were put into that compartment that took the pills, if you like, you would be affected by them.
Yes, and you can also have, what they can do with you is have a whole bunch of alters or parts lined up that, okay, you will be out from this point to this point, and then this next part, will be out at this, from this point to this point. They can keep going like that. It can be a very complicated, long thing, but they can line them up that way. That's the way the programming goes.
Do you think this could explain the apparent mystery of a alcohol reading of Henri Paul that was equivalent to eight Scottish on an empty stomach, while the video evidence of the Ritz Hotel security cameras is that this was not a man in the minutes before he drove Diana into the tunnel that was in any way at that level of drunkenness.
Yes, that can very well explain it. With this kind of mind control programming that they do, once you go into that mode that they want you in, you can be hurt and in a lot of pain, or you can be drugged to the gills, or have drunk too much, and you appear to be in no pain at all, appear to be perfectly with it, and you don't feel it. You feel all right.
People would find it difficult, just coming from their own experience and observation, that someone could drive a car into a tunnel at considerable speed and pick out among 30 odd the 13th pillar. How is that possible to program someone to do that?
Because that someone has been taught and programmed and taught and programmed and taught for quite a while how to do this at a very fast speed. The mind works very fast, and if they have the mind and body connected the right way, they can drive. They would have been able. This person would have been able to drive into the 13th pillar at a fast speed.
Would that have been happening on a conscious level, or would the subconscious have been pulling the strings?
This would be on a subconscious level, and the person would not be aware themselves of what they were doing.
In those crucial minutes before Henri Paul got in the car and drove away, would someone have had to have given him the trigger to access and activate the programming then? Or could he have been in some way pre-programmed to be triggered at that time? And if so, what would that be?
Well, he was probably programmed to do all of this at a trigger signal. And so what happened is that somebody triggered him with a preset signal that he was told, when you are given this signal, you will act out, you know, but the program was already set to go off when the trigger, when he saw the trigger.
What form could this trigger have taken?
It could have been a hand signal. It could have been a certain type of handshake. It could have been a color that he saw that was flashed in front of his face. It could have been a certain person doing a hand signal. It's most likely that there was a person present that he was to react to when this person said something or signaled him in some way.
Given the extent of your programming from birth, how was it possible for you to break out of it, as you appear to have done now?
One thing that happened is that in 1989, my programmer handler died, who was Mengele. And he was in this country so much, and I was around him so much, and he had a lot of control over me. And what happens when a programmer handler dies, they usually have taught the person that they've been working with, to be very, very loyal unto death to them. And that's something that they, in the end, it works against everything, because when they die, even someone else coming in and trying to take over, a lot of these altars are not open to that and are loyal to that one person. And in my case, Baron Guy de Rothschild is the one that tried to take over. And for some number of years, there was a lot of the time, half the time they got their way, and half the time they didn't. And in major things, they did not get their way. One of the things that I went out and did in 1993 was I cut my hair off, and because I was publicly seen and known to have very, very long hair, I could no longer be seen. I could not be seen with my hair cut off short. This would have caused a lot of questions with other people that had been programmed. And they still tried to carry on with other parts where I wouldn't have to be publicly seen, because they still consider me to hold this status. And they still consider me their property. I was always told I was their property.
One question that people would ask is, given all that you know, why don't they just take you out?
They still have plans for me, and this was told to me just a few days ago by someone else who has spoken with Baron Guy de Rothschild, that they have plans for me, and they plan to try to have me back because of the psychic abilities, and that is not going to happen.
In the little bit of tape we've got left, could we just turn the subject to the jewelry you've got to your left there? What is that? Was that part of the rituals that you were involved in?
The first one, this is a child's ring. It is a 14-karat gold white, or 14-karat white gold ring with a diamond in the middle of a hexagram, or a hexagonal shape, and it looks like a hexagon if you were able to look closely at the diamond. This was returned to me by my ex-husband, who told me, well, this was in your daughter's clothes. And this was a message to me, and it was a trigger to me for him to do this. Any high-ranking survivors that I have talked to that know of this ring know that it's from Mothers of Darkness. And it would be very unusual. I mean, I don't know of anyone else that has a ring like this in their possession at this point in time.
And what's the necklace?
The necklace here is made out of copper, and it's very Egyptian, and it was given to me when I turned 19, and that's an important age because you really start at the position I was at, having these psychic powers in full effect and being allowed to do this in full effect during rituals, and this was worn during certain rituals.
Why copper, and why have it at all?
Copper is a transmitter. Copper has always been used in the occult. It has a specific meaning. The meaning it has is because I had a triad of altars that were very active in a lot of rituals, and the triad was Isis, Osiris, and Horus. And Isis was the part that drew down the moon, and Osiris performed the rituals, and Horus was what was born of performing those rituals.
Just in the literally 3 minutes we've got left, for 3 or 4 minutes, I know it's difficult, but I want people to understand the nature of what's going on to so many people today. What sort of things were done to you as part of your traumatization as a child and later?
I was electroshocked to the extent that my parents were told when I was in first grade that my IQ was 70 and that I was retarded, and they said I would be retarded. I always had trouble in school when I was in school because I missed so much school. My school records are missing. They've just disappeared. I have medical records that are missing. My birth certificate appears to have been tampered with. I have had my eyelids taped open, and so I couldn't shut my eyes. I have been electroshocked. I've been put into a narcoleptic sleep and had earphones placed over my ears and had messages repeated and repeated for days. I've had drugs injected into my body so that my nerves were just like on fire, and then they would just touch me. I've had, since I wasn't allowed to have marks on my body, they couldn't use a cattle prod on me, but they do use cattle prods on people in torturing them, and they do use electrical stimulation to the genitals and also on the teeth. And they like to inject between the toes and under the fingernails and up in the gums. I've also had some kind of scarring done up through the roof of my mouth all the way up to the brain stem back here that gives me a photographic memory. And I have calcium blocks around the pineal gland that seem to be perfectly spaced and even, and it's very, very curious. The doctors can't seem to come up with a reason for that. I have been programmed to be anorexic, to be bulimic. For the government programming, since I was also used by the government in this country, I was programmed to cut my arms if I started to remember, which I was punished for by the Illuminati, as I was not to have these marks upon myself. I was made to eat my own feces as a little child. I was made to drink my own urine. I was not allowed to go to the bathroom. I was placed in a sensory deprivation tank. I had my shoulders, my knees, my toes, and my fingers, my elbows dislocated and then put back into place when they wanted me to be traumatized. I've repeatedly had phone calls of tones coming over my phone, and tones that you can't make by pressing telephone buttons, tones that sound like sonar sounds from a submarine, tones that sound like they were made by some type of instrument. And I have had directed energy used on me, ELF, low-frequency electric waves used on me, microwave energy, and this in turn has created two different, would hear one tone in one ear, one tone in different tone in the other ear. It creates a third tone. They're called tritones. They change the electrical activity of your brain waves and to put you in the state they want you in. I have been programmed to run through red light, thinking it's green. There's been a lot of programming done around my children. They've used my children against me. And it's a very painful subject with me to know that this is happening to my children. The same thing that's happened to me. It's hard, it's easier, I don't know if I can make people understand this. It's easier for me to have, okay, I can handle that I went through this. And what I want most is to expose these people because of what they're doing to children all over. But they're doing it to my children too. And my daughter believes I've abandoned her. My son believes I abandoned him. And they don't have hope when they're children. They don't have hope when their mother's taken away from them and they're told that their mother just left them. So this is a cycle that goes on with thousands and thousands of survivors, not just myself. And this is how they perpetuate it if there is a parent that's protective that believes and has found out this is happening.
The astonishing revelations of Arizona Wilder, a very, very brave lady who's chosen to stand up and be counted, and only by enough people doing that is this nonsense and this manipulation going to be brought to an end, as it is in the next few years? Well, we've come to the end of our little tour of the centre of global control, and we're here now outside the Houses of Parliament in London, the so-called mother of parliaments, because of course it has provided the blueprint for so many other so-called democracies all around the world, when in fact it's just another vehicle for the one-party state that is relentlessly turning out legislation advancing this global centralization agenda. Not a place of democracy at all, a place for legislating the agenda into reality. Well, you've heard the information and possibly read it in The Biggest Secret at greater length also. The question is, what are we going to do about it? That's entirely up to you as an individual and me as an individual. As someone once said, what you think of me is none of my business, and it's not. This is just information, make of it what you will. But what we make of it and what we decide to do in the light of this knowledge will decide the kind of world that we and our children are going to live in the next few years and beyond. The Chinese have a word that means at the same time both danger, crisis, and opportunity. And that's the situation we're in now. Yes, there's a crisis. Yes, there's a danger of this global fascist state becoming reality, but it's also an opportunity to wake up and make the change that will turn this planet from a prison into the paradise it once was and the paradise it will become again. And that is about choice. Choosing what we do as a result of what we know. And I quote in my books a number of times an American comedian called Bill Hicks, a genius in his way, very angry man, but a very brilliant man, a very profound man. And he described life in this way. He said, life's like a ride in an amusement park. And when you go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. The ride goes up and down, round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some have been on the ride for a long time, and they remember it, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't be afraid ever, because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up. I've got a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry and my family and my big bank account. This has to be real. It's just a ride. But we always kill those good guys who try to tell us that and let the demons run amok. But it doesn't matter, because it's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. In other words, it's just a reflection of our own attitudes. And to change, as Bill Hicks said, doesn't need big bank accounts. It just means a choice right now between fear and love. Fear is the four-letter word that has controlled this planet and this human race for thousands of years. Love is the word that will set us free. And that's the choice we face now. And the world that those two choices will create will be so different as to be unexplainable. The chasm between the two, a prison or a paradise. I just want to say one other thing before we finish this video. I don't want to demonize the reptilian race, because it's just a genetic stream in the great forever. I'm talking about a small number of this reptilian race that is behind this manipulation, not the race in general. And indeed, many of the reptilian stream, both in physical bodies and in other dimensions, are working now to help humanity win their freedom, win our freedom back. And I'd like to thank once again also Arizona Wilder for having the guts to stand up and speak her truth. And if enough people do that, then this house of cards, because that's all it is in the end, is going to fall. And I'd like to thank also my friend Brian Desborough for helping Arizona and for his own commitment to truth. We're now at the crossroads of the evolution of the human race, or a crossroads anyway. And the good news is this: there is a global awakening going on. I've spoken in something like 20 countries in the last 18 months. People are waking up. They're asking questions. They're seeing themselves and the world in a different light. And this is going to gather pace and is gathering pace all the time. And it's this transformation of human thought and perception that is going to bring the change that we dreamed about for so long. Dreams are merely imagination which can be made reality if we're prepared to do what is necessary to achieve that. That's the challenge we face now. It's a wonderful, wonderful time to be alive, and we're all privileged to be here to play a part in setting this world free for the first time in known human history. From the epicenter of global control, but not for very much longer. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.
Welcome everyone, welcome back. We are at the Alchemy event 2012 here in Irvine, California, and it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Stephen D. Kelly. Stephen.
I'm okay.
You're amazing.
Come on, baby.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is my message to the world. This is the truth about our royal family, who so many of you admire. Today you're going to know who they really are, and more to the point, you're going to know what they really are. And you're going to know what goes on behind those walls. And what I'm going to say right at the beginning of this, that I only speak of my own experiences. So everything I tell you today is my truth and what I witnessed and what I experienced and what I went through behind these walls. I have 2 testimonies of other survivors who want to remain anonymous. So of course we will respect that today. But first of all, I'm going to tell you my story. Guys, we need probably a couple of more hands here. But if you're filming, don't worry, you stay there, Layla. If you're not filming and you can help here, that would be amazing. Thanks, Pete.
Why don't we put it on the floor? Because then bring it down here.
Yeah, just have it here. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. It's easier for you to keep hold of it. Okay, guys, I think we're ready to go. So this is my message to the world. If anybody for the first time in their lives is hearing this, please be brave. Because what I want to tell you, how it feels for you to hear, is nothing in comparison to how it feels for children to go through this. Nothing. You will never, ever, in your whole lifetime, unless you have been a survivor and a victim of satanic ritual abuse, you will never know what this feels like. So when you feel like turning away and not hearing what I'm about to say, I want you to imagine being 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old and going through this. Because that's how old I was. I was 3 years old when I was brought here. And I was being brought here till about 8 or 9. And that's as good as my memory served. It might have been longer, it might have been sooner than that, but that is my memories to date. My name is Jeanette Archer. I am a survivor of satanic ritual abuse. I am also a survivor of our royal family. Today I have chosen to return to Windsor Castle to tell the world the truth about what really goes on inside those walls. Thank you, guys.
Love you.
Today I want to tell the world about what these people really are, especially her that wears the crown.
Scum. Satanic scum.
As a child, the police would come to my home and collect me. And they would bring me here. Uniformed police in their police cars would collect me and bring me here. The police who swear an oath to serve and protect the public, they would deliver me to the evil that is behind these gates. What I am sure of, though, is those waiting for me to be delivered, for us to arrive, groups of children, they wouldn't have known that actually it was the police that would always rape us first.
Shame on you! You know it! Freemasons! Freemasons!
They thought behind those walls that the police were delivering pure children that hadn't been tampered with. But I was beaten and raped multiple times before I even was put in the car to be brought here. So here I am, stood here for the first time as an adult survivor, and ready to tell the world the truth about Windsor Castle. Ready to tell the world the truth about the evil atrocities that are inflicted on children at the hands of our royal family. My time spent here took me to the depths of depravity, a hell on earth that only a survivor of satanic ritual abuse can ever understand. The main events, and they are events, they're advertised on the satanic calendar. They have their own calendar. It's a satanic ritual abuse calendar. There's a big date coming up at the end of this month. It's called Halloween, All Hallows Eve. They celebrate Halloween in there, but not like you do, with fireworks, masks, pumpkins. They celebrate Halloween in there with mass sacrifice of babies and children, mass rituals. That's how they celebrate Halloween. And that's coming up in a couple of weeks. So in this week's leading up to Halloween, do you know what they're doing? They've got their minions. They've got their minions out on the streets, abducting children. They've got their breeders that are bred, raped, impregnated, so their babies are born ready for October 31st, ready for mass sacrifice. Have I gone off? No. Mass rituals. That's how they celebrate Halloween. So these main events, because they are events on their calendars, that go on inside these walls, were called hunting games and large mass rituals. Research it, yeah. Everything I'm telling you here today, you can go away and research. Everything. Queen Elizabeth is the head of the Freemasons. The Freemasons are a shop front for satanic ritual abuse. Even your first initiation is satanic, isn't it? Because I know there are plenty of you around here that are in the Freemasons. And you cannot deny you know what you know. To get to a 33rd degree Freemason level, you have to sacrifice a baby. I know what goes on, and the world knows what goes on, and they're going to know even more after today, because everything I'm saying is going to be heard around the world. In between these events, I would be held in an underground dungeon. The dungeons in here are big, dark, cold spaces. They are below. They are underground, but you have to go into the buildings to get to them. There are many of these Crown estates that have tunnel systems. Buckingham Palace has a tunnel system, another place where I was also taken. And the tunnel system goes through to Parliament, where we also have Freemasons and Satanists. But here, the dungeons, you have to go inside to reach them. My memory tells me there were three different dungeons that I was taken to, with different setups for different torture. There may be more dungeons than that here, but as I said, I will only tell you what I know for sure, fact, that comes from my memories. And I remember there to be three. The dungeons in Windsor Castle are kitted out for torture. There would always be a man and a woman in these dungeons, inflicting the torture. Always one of each, always a man and a woman. I was often chained onto a wall and left hanging. One dungeon is set up for that, where you are taken and there were big iron rings on the walls and iron things that went round the neck, and you would be put onto the wall and just left freely hanging. There was another dungeon that specialised in water torture. I think in the Western world, or in other worlds, we call it waterboarding. It's just torture. It's water torture. Water torture was always used when I was here. It was used to brainwash, which is why there was always a man and a woman, because the woman would play good cop, bad cop. Let's put it that way, okay? That's how they start brainwashing children to believe that you need to be rescued by the woman. My mother would be the one sitting at the head, stroking my face, telling me, there, mummy's here, while I was being tortured down the other end with hot red pokers. This is why they use a man and a woman. And there's a man and a woman that occupies each one of those dungeons. The water torture is mainly for brainwashing. They never, ever, ever want us to come out of there and speak, which is why there are so few survivors that can do this. I will be in trauma for days after doing this, but I will regret not 1 second of it.
True warrior!
So the 3 different dungeons, 3 different types of torture. They were set up to make sure we were silenced forever. It didn't work. It didn't stop me, because now I'm back.
Yeah!
Hunting games. Let me tell you how they play hunting games. Many, many children are brought in for this, van loads. In the 70s, they were brought in from children's homes. They were brought in from the satanic families, like the one that I grew up in. We would be held captive, I never know how long, days, hours, depending on when we arrived and when the games would begin. We would all be taken out of captivity, stripped naked. The only thing we were allowed to wear was a wristband. That wristband told the elites, the Satanists, whether they could kill us or they have to leave us alive. That was it. Each Satanist, royal family members, lords, elites of this country, some of them like to chase the children that they can kill, some of them like to chase the children that are left alive. Because I was raised in a satanic family, I got the wristband that said they were never allowed to kill me. Yeah, thank God for that. We would stand around. It was an automatic thing for the older children, and I classed myself, as the years went on, as an older child, so I would have been 6, 7, 8 years old. As an older child, we would then take the hands of the little ones. The little ones that were there, 3 years old, their first time being brought in for a hunting game. Stay on the pavement, guys. First time being brought in for a hunting game. Of course, they were terrified. They were already crying. Us older kids, we knew. We were trained by now. We never made a sound that would go off. was the sound of a bugle. Guys, any of you that are listening that aren't with us today, please feel free to join us. You can come over and join us. If you stand with us, you stand with stopping satanic ritual abuse. And all you guys and women out there in your civil uniforms, this is exactly what you should be doing. Those people in there that you think you're protecting, they are killing the children. They have been doing it for hundreds of years.
Yes!
But this is where it stops. This is where they get exposed.
It's time!
It's time. It's time. So guys, if you want to come and join us and find the courage to stand up for the children in this world, you are more than welcome. So we'd be given our wristbands, the older kids. We'd take the hands of the little kids who would be crying and breaking. And then we would wait. We would wait for the sound of the bugle. I think that's the same sound they sound when they go off on a fox hunt, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a hunting game. They don't just hunt foxes, they hunt children. The sound of the bugle meant we could run. Us older kids, we knew that it was futile. We knew there was no point. But the terror that runs through our veins, that makes your blood run cold, would send us running as fast as we could, holding the hands of the little ones, trying to save them from the terror that we knew was about to happen. The women would watch on. Seems it was a man's sport in there. The women would watch on and clap and cheer, whilst their men then chased us. Naked children with wristbands on. The women would watch on while their men hunted, raped, and murdered the children. What I remember very clearly is the children with the wristbands, like myself, that were left alive. We were very, very few in comparison. We were probably 1 in 10. And my memory is that when the hunting games were over and the bugle sounded again, I knew that my orders, my instructions, were to work my way back, walk back to where we started from. And I would have to walk over the dead bodies. The blood was everywhere. Some children that they murdered weren't quite dead, and they were left wriggling and suffering. They're the reason I'm back here. They're the ones that haven't got their voices. They're the ones that were silenced forever. And I just want to remind you about what I said at the beginning. If you think this is hard to hear, I want you to imagine what it's like for these children to live through. And if at the end of this, all you civil servants in your uniforms want to continue protecting them, then I hope it fucking haunts you in your nightmares.
He thinks it's fucking funny there.
Yeah, Mr. Bloody Slime over there!
Shame on
And
you.
you got children!
Shame on you.
Okay, guys.
Disgrace!
Okay, guys.
Disgrace!
Let's carry on. What I will tell you is this. I think that
It's real children!
Look at that smirk on his face.
I think that most of the people here are parents. Are you fathers? Are you children? I want you to imagine if this was yours. Because just as it doesn't happen to you, it doesn't mean it doesn't matter. It matters. There are children in there now. Every child matters. And the world needs to know the truth.
Yes!
And it doesn't know the truth!
And if you are if you are complying and you are complicit to keeping these secrets, then shame on you.
Shame on you!
The truth's coming out, and it ain't really a fact.
The other events, so that's hunting games, guys. And like I say, my worst memories are when it was over, because I can't feel the physical pain anymore about what happened to me when they captured me. But here's the thing, in hunting games, the comfort that we took, the older children, that all we would have to endure was just being raped by one person, one man. And in comparison, by what goes on in rituals, where we are raped by 10, 20, 30 people in the space of an evening, the hunting games was a fucking doddle. We weren't tortured in the hunting games. How horrific does it need to be that we could comfort ourselves with the very thought that, oh, we'll only be raped once by one person and then we'll be left alone? So the worst memories for me was watching the little ones, because they always had the wristbands. And I knew that how they were going to end up. And I knew that they were going to be the dead bodies on the floor with the blood pouring out of them that I would have to tread over in the end to get back to the starting line. So let me tell you about mass rituals that go on in there, behind those walls, at the hands of our royalty.
Satanic scum!
Many, many children are brought in for these mass rituals. The big events, Halloween coming up. So when you're out celebrating, if you're having Halloween parties, take a minute to think about what's going on with the children in here, because it's horrific beyond your imagining. But you need to listen, because the only way this is going to stop is if every single one of us stand up and make it stop.
Yes!
Many Satanists gather behind these walls on these big events. And like I said, Halloween's the next one. The next one after that will be Christmas Day. The next big one after that will be Easter. But trust me, there's stuff that goes on in between these dates continuously. Again, please come and join us, guys, if you're starting to feel like you want to protect children from what's going on in here. If you were in here and present with mass rituals, you would hear very, very loud chanting. Do you know why they start to chant? Because they worship Satan, which is why they're called Satanists, which is why this is called satanic ritual abuse.
The Black Planet, just like they wear black. Freemasons! Why judges wear black? Same reason. You're Satanists.
Loud chanting, blood drinking. A child will be laid out, they will be cut on the side of the throat, and they will bleed out. But before that child is cut and bled out, they will be tortured. They will be tortured and brought to a point of such heightened terror that their blood is adrenalized, filled with adrenaline. It's called adrenochrome. And every single one of these scum drink it. Every single one of these people drink it. And that's why they start to chant, because they start drinking the adrenalized blood. Please feel free to join us in the crowd if you want to, guys. Don't stand in the road.
Come over, guys, if you want to listen, standing over there. We'll hear some truth. About time you come out and listen to the truth in this world. You're being lied to.
You've been lied to since day one. Your whole life has been a lie.
For me, a mass ritual would be, I would be held in captivity for 2 to 3 days beforehand. No food, no water, left naked, chained up in the cold. They called it a cleansing process. I would have tubes stuck down my throat and other parts of my body to flush me out. They wanted us as pure as possible because they believe that's what Satan wants. And then before the ritual, 2 to 3 days in, I would be drugged, injected or given a drink that was a drug. And then I would be led out to these mass rituals in a white gown that they would put in on me right at the last minute. I'd be led out and I'd be laid out on a concrete slab. My legs would be taken apart and chained, and so would my arms. I would be watching other concrete slabs where children were being tortured and bloodletting, where they would be drinking. I was never the one that was killed, but believe me, there were many, many times where I begged for that to happen, because it was far easier than staying alive and living through this. I would be the one on the concrete slab that then would be raped by every single person in the circle. The Satanists would come over one at a time and do whatever they wanted to do. Step back and the next person would come forward. These are mass rituals. This was my experience. This was what happened to me here. This is what happened to me in Buckingham Palace. It goes on in Balmoral. By our royals. The Queen was there.
Absolute twat. Scum.
Dom. Don't believe it. Listen, guys, listen. Guys, I want...
No love for your children. Don't stand there and smoke, but you're in the wrong place. This is for kids.
Dom, she needs you,
And I'll tell you what, you've got to know the truth if you listen. There's about time you start realising humans kick once. And it's about time a lot of you might have been victims as well. You come and tell your truth. Do not live in fear no more. I'm telling you guys, this is the truth. Your eyes, your witnesses to your souls. When you look in your eyes, what do you see? Remember, do not sell your soul to the devil, because the devil's down in the same bit. If you think I'm lying, carry on doing what you do. You'll see.
Well said, Wayne. Yeah. Keep going, Wayne. Just a minute. Keep going a little bit.
Okay, guys, let's carry on. Do you know what I want you to take into account? Some people are hearing this for the very first time. And no, of course, it's unacceptable that people laugh about the murder, rape and torture of babies and children. Of course, it's not okay. But people react in different ways. Some people will go home tonight and cry. Some people will have nightmares for weeks. Other people will kick into cognitive dissonance and they will push it away. This is why I plead with people to find the courage to know the truth. Because this is what I said right at the beginning. Imagine what it's like to actually go through this. I know it's horrific to hear if it is your first time. And I know there's a defense mechanism that happens. It's okay, I forgive you. But let me tell you, take some time when you leave here today to think about the children. Because this didn't happen to me. This happens all over the world. This has been happening for decades and decades. And it is still going on now. So many hundreds of thousands of children go missing every single year. And our civil servants will be able to vouch for this. Because it's not on the mainstream, is it? It doesn't get out there. Over 100,000 children went missing in the UK alone last year. Did you hear about all them? No, it gets buried. Where do you think they go? In there. And all the other estates, crown estates, satanic cults take the children. They send people out with shopping lists. And you can see it up in the ante now. Your white vans, your black vans with your blacked out windows. You will see it. They are snatching children off the street. Why isn't it on mainstream media every single night? Why? Why is there a cover-up? When the world truly knows what is the truth, then it will get stopped. But you have to find the courage. And we need our civil servants. We need people to stand by us. We need people to stop protecting what is going on in there. Rituals, mass rituals, I would witness again, whether they were water rituals, I would witness many, 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 many babies and children being murdered, but not before they were tortured and not before their blood was being drunk. For me, the end of a ritual would be, I would be put in a coffin that was made to measure for me, and I would be buried in the ground. Some days I didn't know how long I would be there. Other days I would just be chucked back in the dungeons and tortured some more, which was actually more the norm in this place, because they had to guarantee my silence. So I would be sent back down after these mass rituals for more torture, more being chained to the wall, more being sent to the man and the woman. The other thing they do to mess with people and to make sure we never stand up in court is they have torturers in judges' uniforms. But let me tell you, they're real judges. So at the end of mass rituals, if they said to you, go to the judges, you knew where you had to go. I'd have to go off to a little hut where these 3 judges were. And they would torture me for hours, speaking in my ear while another one was torturing me to guarantee my silence. Let me tell you, these people in here will do whatever it takes. People have been murdered for speaking out, but I will not live my life in fear. These people will not take one more day from me. And when I decided to speak out against them, I knew that I was taking a huge risk. But I'm not afraid of them anymore. There's nothing else they can do to me. What matters now is the children that are still in there, that it's still happening to. They're the ones that matters. And if you think for one moment that your children are safe, then more fool you. There is not one child on this planet that is safe, because trust me when I tell you, they need that adrenochrome. They are addicted to that adrenochrome. It is the most powerful and addictive drug on this planet, and they will do whatever it takes to keep their supply going. Please know that what I am going to tell you now is very difficult for me. I was tortured beyond imagining, so I would never speak of what I saw. Please bear with me, guys, with this one.
You got this, babe.
The Queen and Prince Philip, and once again, let me tell you something. I'm speaking from my own experiences. I know many, many survivors of the royals, many, but I will not, without anybody's permission, ever repeat their testimonies. I have 2 today that I'm going to tell you about, but right now I'm talking about me. The Queen and Prince Philip are not human.
No.
I have been mocked, I've been laughed at, I've been attacked, I've been through every single thing you can imagine by trying to get this truth out there. I couldn't give a flying fuck what you react like. I am going to tell you the truth.
Yes!
They are reptilians. They shapeshift from human form into lizard form. I saw this with my own eyes many, many times. And trust me when I tell you, they are the most evil creatures that you could possibly imagine on this planet. When I was taken out for rituals in this place, these places, the Queen would come out last because she was the master of ceremonies. Just like she leads this country, and Prince Philip is always second, she would come out last. She was the master of ceremonies. And she would walk out, and there would be a glitching process that goes on. And she would turn around and stare me straight in the eyes if it was my turn on the concrete slab. and she would make me watch her change. Her face would change first.
Hey,
You are very brave, my dear.
we're all here.
You are very brave, Jeanette. Jehovah will bless you for it. Jehovah will have them accountable and they will die.
Doing well, sister. Doing well. God bless you, sister. Let your truth out.
You got this, baby.
Until you compose yourself, I am married to a monster reptile called Clive Robert Davis Swan, who has been raping my son since he was 4 years old and is still in contact, even when my son says not anything about what he's done to me, but what he's done to him, but to me. My baby, he punched me and the baby died, and if I didn't run to the hospital in time, my other baby would have died too. He has burned the house 3 times because he wanted. I was getting closer to evidence, and I know that I found my son with bruises, and I found my son with scared and crying and crumpled, and he's been taking my son for weeks and weeks. I didn't know where he was, and because he was selling him to other men. The last time my son said to me, "Stay with me, mommy," my husband took me out, and he didn't want to come back so many times. That day I broke my arms, and I remember my son said, "Stay with your son." And it's because he was bringing men to my house to sell my son to them.
Tell his name. Name it.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to get this out.
Wow.
So, the Queen,
He is a
I need to get this out.
And I know
I need
he's
to.
been talking and puts all the pieces together. He lives in 22 Blight Close, Crawley, Gatwick, and he worked in a state in Chelsea called Painter's Yard. That is where the monster is. And his mother knew everything, that he killed my baby when he was only 9 weeks old. And his mother is a Frankenstein because he made that monster.
Guys, when I'm done, this will be an open mic for anybody that wants to come and share, okay?
Thank you.
But I'm going to get this out now. Right, guys, I've just given myself a bit more courage now.
Go on, baby.
Okay, so she would turn and look at me, okay? She would turn and look at me and make me stare her in the face while she glitched and went from human form to reptilian form. Then she would turn around, so me in reptilian form. I never saw him change from human to reptilian. I just used to see him change back. She would then change in physical form, and she would become very, very tall. I can't tell you, it was all about. And this is a testimony of a survivor of
Who are you going to help us to catch?
All the Peter Papa, Mr. Hollins. They work with the social services.
And what did they do to you?
They do sex. They touch each other. They touch me and Gabriel. They have plastic quillies. And they stick it in our bottom.
Who does? Who sticks it in your bottom?
Social services. Everybody does. All of them.
Who?
Everybody.
Does your mother do it?
No.
Do I do it?
No.
Who does it then?
Big church, and we use it for sex, eating baby, drinking baby's blood. We sacrifice the baby, we do sex to the babies, we throw them, when we're dancing with the skulls after the babies are dead.
What skulls?
The baby skulls.
Before?
Yeah, from before. We put it on.
Where do the baby skulls come from?
They come from the baby, and we dance with the skulls.
You what?
We dance with the skulls in the church.
What skulls?
Skulls of the
Pardon?
Baby skulls. The skulls of the baby.
You dance with the baby skulls? And who kills the babies?
Papa, me, Elisa. And
Who kills the babies?
Papa.
And what, he gets you to help him?
Yes.
Shoot.
And what did the police say to you that you'd been accused of?
They'd said, I'm okay with what they said. It was more that it had come from my children. They'd said that I'm the leader of a satanic sex cult paedophile ring, and there's 100+ involvement in this, including CAFCAS, the police, social services, the school, and I'm the leader of this. And I mean, I'm sat across, and they're recording this, and I'm sat across from the table from the police officer asking the questions, and I don't know how to answer that.
So he tells us to hold the hand with a knife, and then he holds his hand on our hand. So then he cuts the baby's head off. And then he puts it upside down, and then we drain the blood.
And then what they do?
And then we cook it, and then we drink the blood, and then after we go and dance with the skulls.
Tell me more people. Tell me some more people, please. I'm interested.
Parents, police.
What about the teachers at school? Who's the main one?
Mrs. Forsyth.
Who's Mrs. Forsdyke?
She's the head teacher of our school.
First of all, just tell me your name, tell me what you do.
My name's Katie Forsdyke, and I'm the head teacher at Christchurch Primary School.
So we've just come out of court and the judge has ruled in this particular case. What's your response to that?
Well, we welcome the judgment. Everybody in the school community welcomes the judgment. We're particularly pleased that the judge ruled and was unequivocal in her ruling that the allegations about the school, the staff members, governors and parents were completely malicious, untrue and baseless.
But some people will say there must be some grain of truth in this.
Well, we were really pleased that the judge was unequivocal in saying that they were baseless and that there was no truth in any of the allegations or in any of the material that's been circulated quite widely now on the internet.
So how did it get out of control?
Well, I think that's a real issue now that we've got to think about, and that we've got to think about more widely in terms of the speed with which the internet spread the information.
And what else had they apparently told the police that you'd done?
They said that my children, my two children, 8 and 9.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay.
They said that I'd sexually abused them. They'd said that we're killing babies, of shipping them in, and we was cooking. They were showing with their hand movements how I would get their hand on the knives, and we would cut the baby's neck, drain the blood, and then drink the blood. And I mean, it's just horrific upon horrific detail.
Tell me more stuff. Tell me about this cult that you're in.
This cult is because the first time whenever we ever done it.
Did what?
First ever we saw Papa kill a baby, and me and Gabriel done. Then when they done sex to me and Gabriel.
Who did sex to you?
Papa, the others, when we just came.
Who were the others? Who were the others?
Mr. Hollings, Mrs. Forth, all the parents and the teachers and Papa.
Can you give me the names of some of these parents and teachers, please?
Laura, Sophie,
Georgia's mum?
Sophie's mom, yes,
Laura who? Who's Laura?
Laura Herlicar.
Who are the leaders of this cult?
Papa.
And who is Papa? Who is Papa?
Papa is my dad. He's Ricky. His name is Ricky Dearman, and he does really. He's the boss.
Of what?
The whole thing.
Of the what? Boss of what?
Of the whole cult. The whole pedophile ring.
Was it abroad, you think, where your ex-partner and her new boyfriend filmed your children making these allegations, which were then uploaded onto the internet?
Yeah. What? They did. They beat my kids.
And what do they do in this cult?
They do sex there. They kill babies.
Sex to who?
They do sex to children. They do it to each other.
And what are the babies for? What do you get the babies?
The babies, we send the social services to do it, unfortunately. They get the babies from families who can't look after the baby and who don't want the baby.
Really?
Yes.
Social services, I find that difficult to believe.
Yes.
What's their name?
Richie.
Richie who?
Richie, I don't know his surname, but it's Richie. His
the ones who came to our house. And
he's your particular social, he's your social service, he's a worker that helps.
Yes, and Ella, the other lady who first time. Yes, she came to our house.
So you've come here with your mum, and do you live with your mum, do you?
Yes, I live with her.
So you live with your mum?
Yes.
And do you ever get to see your dad, do you?
My dad, Ricky.
Ricky, do you ever get to see him?
Every two Saturdays, but actually, in fact, he lies to my mum, and he says that he just sees us every 2 Saturdays.
And do you see him every 2 Saturdays?
Orders.
Okay. So you see him every 2 Saturdays?
Nope. We see him every single day.
Every single day? And how do you do that?
He comes to our school.
Oh, does he? And what does he do at the school?
He does sex to us. He kills babies there.
Right.
We eat babies. We drink their blood.
Okay.
Because this is how we do it. So like on Wednesdays is the most special, busiest days special.
Right. Okay.
And Papa and me. Yeah. Either me or Gabriel hold on to the life, but he actually kills the baby because he puts his hand on our hand.
Okay.
So then he says to swing and then just chop off the baby's head off, but like stop straight away, like so go like this one, and then just leave a bit of space so it's still on the head, but it's just the blood is dripping in the bowl though. That's how we drain out the blood.
Okay, so you do that, blood's dripping. Does blood not go like everywhere?
No, we don't make that. We go like this. Like, we don't just go like smash like that. We go like this. One like not so speedy.
Yeah.
Just like medium speed.
Yeah.
Instead of making the children lunches, they give baby to the children.
They give baby to the children.
Yes, so they give if they say there's spaghetti bolognese that day, they put a bit of baby meat in all the time.
And how do they make baby meat to use spaghetti
Because because they cut the baby. Mrs. Forsyth, the headmistress, she cuts the baby.
And what about all the bones and that?
Yes, they keep the bones.
Where
But
do they go?
No, I know, but the bones they don't just like keep them. They make stuff out of them, and they all dance around with skulls on in the church there.
Okay.
So they have skulls, like the teachers and the staff, they got 20 skulls each.
And how do you know they've got 20 each?
Yes, because I counted once. They were like, there's one here, and then there's one here, and there's one on the neck here. Like, it looks like skulls everywhere. On the knees, on the elbows. It looks like armour.
Okay. So if I was to try and find these skulls, where would I find them?
Yes, in the church.
Where in the church?
So there's this secret rooms. They got secret rooms.
Go on. Tell me, how do I find this secret?
So when you go in the secret rooms, because they hide it in loads of places.
Would you be able to help me find them, would you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so
but they just hide them anywhere. They just hide it like in one place, then they move it to other place, then they move it other place. There's just...
It goes underground.
Yes.
And what's in there underground?
So then we go underground, and after there's this little hallway, and on the right there's this door, and then there's this big, enormous secret room.
And what's in the secret room?
In the secret room there's cupboards everywhere. Looks like everywhere, but then they do sex there too.
How do you know they do sex there?
Because they took me there to do sex.
Who took you there?
My father, Mr. Hollings took me.
So you're who?
My father.
Your father, sorry. Okay, do you call him father or papa?
Papa.
Is it papa? So papa's taking you down there, and what did you do there?
So it's just like, say after you do sex there, so
what
they
does
have
sex mean?
So like they have they buy plastic willies.
Right, okay.
Yes, and then they strap it on, but they make sure it hurt. They want plastic willies. They don't want to use their real willies.
Why not?
Because it just doesn't hurt. They want to make sure it hurts.
Okay, so who's they? So Papa and who else?
Mr. Hollings, headmistress.
Okay, so
all
Papa,
the teachers.
Mr. Hollings, the headmistress.
Yes, Miss Marden, Mr. Fanoni, Mr. Gorge.
Okay, so who done it when you went to that house? Who was there?
So all the staff.
All the staff.
All the the parents of all the children. They all know about it. Right at the back of the classroom, they've got a little door, and it's just like a tiny little room. It's all stuffed with sweets, prizes, especially to pay the children with sweets to do sex to them.
Right.
So they pay them sweets, and then after they do what they want them to do.
Okay.
Because all the children.
What children? What children?
So there's children from our school, 200 children in our school, but it's not like all.
Okay.
There's 20 special children.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff, the social services who are in it.
Yeah.
They go to families, so if the families can't afford, so they get a baby but they can't look after it or anything, they can't buy food or they can't buy clothes, they can't look after it, so the families who sell their children, so the social services get them, they say they get them to a foster home, but they don't, they get the babies or the children, and then they get Miss Marden, our nurse in our school, she injects the child or baby in the neck just here though.
Right, okay. And how do you know that?
Because I saw her doing it.
My name's Steve, and I'm a policeman, and I work here at this police station. I haven't asked you your name, have I, and what your date of birth is. Can you tell us? Gabriel. And what's your second name, Gabriel?
You mean my surname?
Yes, your surname.
I'm Gabriel Gariva Dearman.
Gariva Dearman. Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
Yeah, 8. And what school do you go to?
Christchurch Primary School.
Christchurch Primary School?
Yeah, it's in Hampstead.
Okay, so your dad told you, him and the Year 4 teacher are BFFs?
Yeah.
Okay, and when did he tell you that?
He told her when he was doing the sex to me. He does sex to me.
What does that mean, sex? What do you mean?
He touches me in the private. He touches me in the private. He sticks a plastic willy in my bottom, and it bleeds then.
Okay. So,
yes.
So your dad does sex to you, and what that means is he touches your privates.
Yes.
And put a plastic willy
In my bottom.
In your bottom.
When they stick a big plaster really in my bottom, and when it bleeds, if I cry, he like, do you know those spaghetti spoons? Like those metal ones. If I cry, he hits me on the head with it.
Okay.
But if I cry more, he hits me again. But if I cry more, the nurse teacher, Miss Marden, she injects me, and a sleeping injection on my neck, and then I fell asleep straight away.
You said you didn't really like the party.
No, I hate it.
Why do you hate the party?
They hit me, they do all kind of stuff, and I'm a
Who's
vegan.
they?
I'm a
Who's
vegan.
they?
What? Who's that?
You said they hit me. Who's they? Who hit you?
My dad, all the teachers, my dad's friends.
And where did they
And
hit
also
you?
the parents do it too. And they're really mean to me, really mean. The parents.
Why are all these people so mean to you?
They like being mean to me.
Why? Why? What have you done for them to? I don't understand.
Nothing.
Why would they all be so mean to you?
I did nothing.
Okay. So.
And my dad made up a really strange religion.
Okay. Tell me about the party. Who hit you at the party?
The parents do. Should I tell you the name of the parents?
Were the parents at the party?
Yeah. Should I tell the children names?
Why was your mum not at the party if all the parents were at the party?
She doesn't do the sex to us.
Was she at the party?
Yeah, no.
Why wasn't she at the party? Why didn't she get invited?
Because she doesn't touch us. She doesn't do sex to us.
Why wasn't she at the party?
Because she doesn't do sex to us.
My name is Ella Gareva, and I'm the mother of 2 children from Hampstead, Alisa and Gabrielle, who have been unlawfully removed from me on 9/11/2014. This is a high-profile case. The Hampstead case is a criminal case, which has been blatantly and shamelessly covered up by the British authorities, and we have more than enough documented evidence to prove it. The judgment of notorious High Court Judge Anna Puffley was fraudulent and in breach of several articles of human rights.
Can I add a piece to that? As a former police officer of 20 years, I had the opportunity of actually sitting with a mother in this case for 3 hours. I can absolutely tell you with my experience of interrogation over a 20-year period, as a former detective sergeant, she was speaking 110% truth. I know there's been no investigation, been no proper police statement taken from this woman because of the way she's been harassed. I also know that we have child abuse in this country to epidemic levels. I was on Saturday sitting with a former MP from the Home Office who categorically stated to me that we've got now about 1 in 10 children being abused. And we have a police force that's in denial, and it's not you. I know that. It comes from senior levels. We now need to recognise this and start acting on it to change the ethos of what is wrecking so many children's lives and costing so much deprivation and degradation to the way we live on this planet.
I think it's worth telling our audience how far it got. Your children were interviewed on 3 separate occasions by the police. On the first and second occasion, they made the allegations about you.
Yes.
Abusing them, sexually abusing them, being the leader of this satanic cult. Various other adults involved.
Yes.
Abuse in all sorts of places, fast food restaurants, churches, swimming pools.
Swimming baths, sure, yes.
It was on the 3rd occasion that they were interviewed that they revealed, admitted, whatever word you want to use, that it was all made up. That they'd been forced to say these things by their mother's partner, or he'd threatened to hurt them.
Yes.
When you knew that your children had said these things we've been saying are all made up, how did you respond?
I felt pleased about, as these are my kids.
we are here with a large delegation of people, and I am speaking on behalf of 1,000 children taken a month.
The father had always threatened to kill them if they were to talk. So the mother never knew why their behavior was as it was. But when they were on holiday together, her partner observed that they were touching each other and themselves sexually. And he asked them, "Who taught you that?" And they said, "Papa." That's how it began, that the children talked, and then they made a few videos, and they called me, but the mother called me after the children had been taken into care and needed some help.
We are here crying for help. There are children screaming to be heard. If you don't hear those children scream, who will?
Why do you want to talk about this to us?
That the children should not have been put through this, and parents shouldn't be stopping another parent from seeing their children, regardless of what goes on or what dynamic goes on between mum and dad.
And Ella and those two children's case is not unique. I sat with her for 3 hours, and what she shared was 100% truth. And I know no police officers have properly investigated this. It's incumbent upon you, Sergeant, to make sure that that investigation starts fully and fairly.
How do you know they do sex there?
Because they took me there to do sex.
Who took you there?
My father, Mr. Hollings took me.
So
Oh wow, that's and I said, like, guys, you've just won eBay's 2017 Business Award winners. There's this kind of moment of silence for 2 or 3 seconds, then there's this screaming. It's just really cool. It's bizarre. It really is bizarre. It's magical.
Okay, Ella. So basically what we investigated today, what we tested today, are the allegations of you training your children to have said what they said. Or if you knew anything about it, if you participate in any way in inducing your children, training your children, coaching your children in saying what they said. Okay? I can tell you the results of the test. Okay, after careful review, I can say that there is no deception, meaning that you pass the test.
Thank you so much.
That's just the result of the test.
Thank you.
You're welcome.